All right, welcome. You're joining the fellowship. Decision 33.
What a vibe. What a strong vibe to
Dru-
start on.
That's the best
Druidic
vibe.
Danger,
That's the best
danger,
vibe.
Will Robinson.
tribe
Ooh, ooh.
clan.
So we basically begun the last session. We were going to Norfolk. We ended up getting to Norfolk, and then the village that was there seemed to have been attacked. So one of the things I mentioned by Commander Remar Luna and as well as the people there was that they had the undead would just go through. They never bothered them, right? But this time they did. At least that's what you thought until you spoke to Ruben Tumblr, the actual cousin to the stable master, as well as another person you got the votes from. So there's a lot of interconnection between the halflings here, which is quite interesting. So you found them in this fish shack where they just kind of salt and dry the fish. And then upon finding Reuben and then talking, it seems as though that it wasn't undead that had taken the people of Norfolk, but it was rather described as rangers. And it was mentioned that what led them was a purplish humanoid bipedal creature with kind of purplish skin with tattoos and bones and certain things, right? And so that didn't really add up to being like, okay, well, it's not really like undead kind of thing, but still they were taken, right? And that was a bad thing. Now Ruben stayed there. You told Ruben to stay there. Oh, obviously through a note. There was a lot of things. So Cody, there's a lot of things. Anyways, what ended up happening was Ruben freaked out and fell unconscious after being smacked. Got smacked. Anyways, and
That's complicated.
you left a note. There was sending involved. They're going to send a patrol from Fort Farron, right? So they're going to basically send a basically patrol here to help Ruben and things. And then you pressed on, mentioned Ruben said that their love, Trisha, right, kind of made way here and talked about them as Salinar. And that was someplace that you were going per what Paxina had referenced, the altar of flowers, right? If they're alive, if they're there, that's where you need to go. Upon getting to the altar of flowers, which is where the map is actually currently at, which is on the north east side of the marsh, you traveled a great distance, traveled most of the day, right? And just kind of hiked out, moving through. And this marsh on this specific side it's not like a swamp. Right? It's more of kind of a wet area that has a little bit of pools of water, grasses and shrubs, tall mushrooms, almost as tall as the trees themselves, craggly, and there was noises, there was creatures, there were certain things that you were encountering through there, nothing that would pose you any harm. And then when you got here to the Altar of Flowers, these little sprites with swords and armor
Little
literally came
mosquitoes.
out of the woodwork and were just charge and literally attempting to attack you all. In addition to some plant humanoids that were reminiscent of essentially these kind of fey, almost like dryad type creatures, right? As they were kind of coming out, and they all calmed the sprites, and they were turning their heads and they were listening to your language and they were simplistic in how they're communicating. And then you all communicate with them and then eventually utilize some sort of teleportation or shifting. It was unclear as currently what you did, but you went into the actual rock, which is where here you went into that and it faced through the actual rock face. There was like a rose type flower, and then you began to like bud and leaf, and you're brought to the grove.
Plant teleportation.
Specifically, this vine dome underneath Talus, this massive, gigantic tree with many of its roots uprooted, forming essentially a shelter or safe haven, hundreds of feet in its width, or its radius, I should say. And coming into the grove, right, you were kind of surrounded by these druids. And then the actual vine dome opened and you met Matriarch Selena. So that's when it got a little weird, right? You drank the water, got a little hive mind thing going. Selena was all of a sudden using purple and pink cackling lightning to spawn fruit from the flowers, mark them as the gifts of Talus. And then one of you actually spoke to Talus, which offered you a gift. And essentially, whatever it is that you were asking it, it would make happen. In exchange, you had to worship it and stay and reside within here.
Proving once again that religion is a pyramid scheme.
So, I mean, so for Paz right now, Paz was literally could not contain himself. This was like Paz was no like chill. CULT, no chill right now. Was having a real hard time. Could not. Yeah. Anyway, so you all said that you would like to depart. This being a grove of sanctuary, somewhere you can return again if you would like, but you're brought back to the Altar Flowers per your request. After Selena kind of explained, Kalima mentioned Magello, right? These things that they were dropping as far as information is concerned, and then provided a piece of a black gemstone to Gilga. And that was something that was arranged and that you would bring it back. They just requested that you'd bring the stone back. So when you got out here and you start funneling out, getting yourself ready for camp, so to speak, right? Because you're going to be resting. Even though the sun is still out, you're exhausted, you're having difficulty, right? All of a sudden, Trisha comes out of nowhere, poking the head out behind the rock. And it's literally just watching you all lay down. And then it's just laying down upon the rock and watching you while you're laying down and mimicking your behavior, just staring off at you all. Trisha resembles that of a wood elf, but like the Salinar is not really a wood elf, has the purplish kind of intricate eyes, this pale skin, whitish kind of yellowish hair flowing down. They wear a vine, twig, hide kind of bodysuit, and then a staff at the backside that they're able to deploy and then grow if they need to. So they're currently just laying down there watching you all camp out, and that's where we're going to go ahead and start the session.
And for Cody's sake, since he wasn't here, one of the last things was that Thothig did another commune with Pelor, learned that the people taken from Norfolk were no longer alive. They were now undead, and that there are apparently more pieces of the stone to find apart from what the dragon has.
Yeah, we've gotten the second piece from this area itself, and then there's apparently at least two more.
At least two more. Yeah.
We've reason to believe that one piece would be in a tower across the river that the other people that Salinar was fighting. I forget what the tower was off the top of my head. Fixia, yeah. I forgot the name of the tower was off the top of my head. I think she mentioned it, but I forgot.
What's the black dragon's name again?
Grugash.
Grugash. Okay, that's what I thought.
I think it was the tower Aor Satra? Or Sor Satra? It's one of the directional towers.
No.
There's Nor Satra, Sor Satra, and Mor Satra, and then Fixia.
Yeah, and Fixia is right by between the Farron River and the eastern one.
Yeah, so there was two types of towers that were mentioned. I mentioned the towers of Morsatra, which seem to have some mechanics as far as sustaining the magic that these Feywild mages were doing, right, to kind of sustain the congruence besides one time a year. And then the other type of tower that was said was just a single tower, and they marked it as Satoric Tower. And the Satoric Citadel that surrounds that was actually the site of congruence. So that's actually where it was, and that's inside Thixia.
Yeah, it was that one.
That's what it was, Satoric. So I couldn't find it. I wrote it wrong.
So we ended the session before we taken the long rest, or are we coming?
Well,
we did the long rest.
Yeah, we're resting, right? We're doing through the long rest at this point. Yeah, I interpreted that if we wanted to retcon going through before, right? But I assume that you all kind of want to get a long rest in here anyways, and you can always role play while you're resting. So.
Can I just say, this is weekend 2 of 3 weekends. I've got one more to go of like 3-hour exams. Every single word you say, my brain goes, nope, and just throws it out. You named like 6 locations just now, and every single one, my brain was like, no.
Don't worry. Some of us are taking notes.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm trying. This is like the third
session.
session.
For the ride.
I'm just hanging on for dear life
just
right
enjoy
now.
It.
I'm like, and there are more towers? Cool.
There were 2 things I was going to do.
We'll just have Varys and Ira hang back and smoke the whole time. It'll be fine.
Yeah, there you go.
That's our new era.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a new arc, and I'm here for it. You know.
They can finally bond over what's important.
Yeah.
There were two things I wanted to do before I rested, though, especially because it's still early afternoon and I'm in a tree. That I don't know if it's alive or not.
Yeah,
It didn't answer. It didn't answer me yet, so I'm assuming it's not alive.
I was
Although,
going
to
to
be
offer
fair-
you a therapy session, but you're so far away.
Yeah, I don't want to be anywhere near that fucking altar. I'm going to take a piece of this tree and I want to carve it into, as best as I could, a figure
Okay.
of
Are you making a later
matriarch
pancake?
Elena. Right? That was who. No. Yeah. Was that? Yes.
Elena?
Yeah.
It's Lena.
I'm a voodoo. This.
Oh,
It's a
Yeah.
hard one. It's a hard one to say. It's Yislina.
Yes, Lena.
Selena.
I
Which is why
I wrote it phonetically because Y's don't
It's-
belong
it's
at names.
Yislina.
if I'm correct in how I spelled it, but I don't know.
You know,
You're
sure.
also telling us the
Look,
pronunciation, and you
it's
struggle with
your
pronunciation.
creation. You spell it however you want.
Yeah,
It's
good.
correct.
All words are made up.
Spell it however you want. I want to try and get as detailed as I could.
Okay.
I like the face and what she was wearing, and
Sure. Yeah. So getting as much detail as you can, kind of getting it carved out. Go ahead and make a wood carvers. You got tools. You can check if you got
That's
it.
fine.
Just kind of
Yeah.
sitting on the rock watching
find my woodcarver's tools.
Taz do this from across the
Hey, Michael.
grounds.
Hey, what's up?
No. Yeah. I forgot I had
yeah.
lucky. Yep. Here we
Thank
go.
God.
Oh, jeez.
Halfway
Got that halfling luck.
Forgot about that. It's like, well, this is gonna be a block of wood, guys.
Yeah,
One
you
last,
probably
Very
would cut
detailed.
yourself.
one last question, considering that now I have a notebook. The congruence that the Mor Santra towers are like they were meant to help keep. Is that between the Feywild and this world?
Yes, the congruence for this one was connected to the Feywild.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what the towers of
What
Morsatra
is this
and
world
Morsatra
even
were
called?
for. Are you talking about the world you're on?
I guess like is it dimension world? I don't know.
So the
Like-
world you're currently on is called Antares. It's the prime material plane.
Pantaris.
Antares.
This pen sucks ass. Why did I bring this home? It does. It's my work pen, so I use it all the time. Okay.
If I
Thank
use
you.
pencils to take notes. Like a good little
Because I
STEM
don't have
child.
any, and I'm a waiter, and I use pens.
I'm just kind of in cat form on top of this rock watching Taz carve from the tree.
I don't.
It's a very angry carving, by the way.
Very angry.
I'm doing it very angrily.
Just fucking this.
It's a lot of sharp stabs, and gouges.
Your eyes are like just cut like stabs and.
Harsh relief.
Yeah. And then once that would ever have been done, before I actually go to sleep, I want to focus. I want to try commune with the dragon again because I hadn't done that in a while. I forgot that was the thing I could do. I want to see where it is, what it's doing. It's okay.
Are you okay, Mr. Dragon?
I
Sir?
just want to see what it's up to.
Mr. Dragon.
I want to
Yeah,
see what
not-
it's up to. I know there's a lot of talk. I know Grugash is the new hot dragon on the block. But
I know where mine is. Mine's at war, and I got put on the naughty step for
Yeah,
trying to talk to it. So.
I hadn't heard anything since it destroyed Nothing's village.
Yes.
We've been out of touch since it
You know.
decimated his entire community.
All right. So you begin to focus
I kind
on.
of spoke you to that village, so that's why I've been staying away. Kind of like, we need to be on a break right now.
Oh, it just needed to cool off. It's fine.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
You begin to focus on your stone, and you're trying to enact similar to when you had a premonition or some sort of vision that you had before. You're attempting to focus on it in a similar way and attempting to communicate. You reach out, focusing intently, and you should make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, don't worry, guys are great at these.
I know.
get.
So good.
Perfect.
Ooh,
Hey!
And
Right.
It was almost a 3.
You feel some
don't
sort
want
of
it to fail.
vibration. And from the stone, and as soon as you're kind of brought in your head, and you hear almost whimpering, crying.
Oh, but
What have I done? It just continues.
That's what the dwarves. That's what they did.
sad like a baby. He's little. We can't hear him.
What did you do?
Who's that? Who said that?
Hello. I'm Paz.
Paz.
I've been monitoring you.
What? Oh, no. No, you can't talk to me. You can't say anything. The master would find out.
Your
You have to
master
go.
fails in comparison. You're safe with me. Damodar can't do nothing. Not
Just stand.
You did nothing wrong.
I did everything wrong. I've killed
Did
so
you-
many people.
But did you want to?
I couldn't stop myself. I couldn't help myself. Oh, where's Horan?
Where?
Why isn't he helping me?
Who is Horan?
It's here. You have to go. Connection.
Where? I said, God, why didn't I lead
Vibration.
with where are you?
The vibration of the
Should've-
stone ends. And
should've
you're
led
brought
with
back.
Led, where are you?
Vibration of the stone ends and you're brought back. As soon as you open
Just
your
the
eyes,
call
you're still
ended.
in the hammock. You haven't left the space. You still had auditory of the surrounding birds and the wildlife around you. It's just some sort of connection, some sort of bridge that you had formed, and communication to potentially something else.
Isn't Horan the name of?
It's the gold one. It's our resident bard's friend.
Dragon, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you said Haran, not is it Haran?
It's
Or
yours.
is it-
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
yours.
Oh, I thought it was
That's yours.
Harat.
No,
No,
Horan.
no, Horan.
Haran. Okay.
That's your guy.
I thought he was talking about Harat. I was like, mine's called Harat, not Haran.
No, that's yours,
This
buddy.
is why I write everything down, guys.
I didn't know what it was either. So
I
Okay.
remember yours because I was dead set that it was hanging out with a group of people it blatantly wasn't, and that's how I remember it now.
I just remember the name. It's like it sounds so familiar.
Mine doesn't speak to me, so
Oh, that should be obvious. You're just directly with you.
mine is clearly evil. The problem is that I, as a player, desperately want to be put back on the naughty step, and I have to recognize that Naira begrudgingly is resisting temptation. Also, I want to kiss Paz's dragon right on the nose. So cute.
It's such just like I'm afraid of.
Has
every
blood on
fucking
it,
thing. I
it's
don't
like-
wanna do this.
that was the rest of what I wanted to do.
Okay.
Just gonna leave it at that.
All right. So you wake up through your long rest years. You come to notice that Trisha has not slept. He's just been watching you all resting for 8 hours. Eyes completely wide open, blinking, just staring off at you as you're resting. You want
That's
to take your
fine.
long rest. The sun's still shining. It seems to have never set.
Chris, was it?
Yeah.
Is sitting around watching other people sleep something you normally do?
Well, no. I just. Is that what you call it?
You mean that thing where you lay there for several hours and don't do nothing? Yeah, that's what we call sleeping. It's
So
something
I
we
do
have to
mine for
do.
8 hours. Is that weird?
Otherwise, we get really tired, and then we're forced to do it. We usually see us just fall down, and it happens.
Mine's a trance.
Ruben
Cut.
mentioned it, but I don't sleep.
Can I clamber up on these rocks with her?
Oh, hi.
Can I slide my hand? over
Hey,
to you?
bud.
My hand on her thigh. Sorry.
Fades to black.
Hey, bud.
You have like wine glass.
I came up with a picnic blanket
Pop out a picnic basket with salamis and wine in it.
and like champagne flutes.
A nice charcuterie.
It's been
Well, you should know you're the reason why we came here in the first place, even though we found
Oh.
the other thing.
yeah, your weird tree cult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With that
Right.
one guy that was like the guy that was like
Yeah.
the
Have you
fisherman.
noticed that they're all like happy, but like regardless of any kind of stimuli, happy?
You know, who?
What
Everyone
do
else that we met so
you
far?
all talk a lot.
We
I've
get
heard
that.
so many
We
words.
get that a lot.
Well, we're like 7 people, so.
Um, we told you before we all passed out incredibly hard that we're friends of Ruben's, right?
Friend, well, yeah, Ruben.
Yeah.
I talk to Ruben sometimes.
Yeah, his village he is okay, and we have procured rescue for him to take him back to our fort, which is a lot safer. But his village was attacked. Did you know that?
I didn't. No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, it was attacked, and everyone except for Ruben, who was very smart to hide very well and is totally fine. Everyone else was taken, and we don't know what happened to them. We're pretty sure it's not great.
Glad Ruben's still alive.
They're dead. Yeah, he is. We were wondering if you could help us, sort of put some of the pieces together. Messy, bloody ones.
What do you mean? Put pieces together.
Um, we were wondering if you would help us navigate. We're trying to help your friend Ruben and, our other friends at the fort, where Ruben is now being kept safe and sound. We're trying to help them, and the thing that's making them unsafe is in this woods.
Oh. Well, I mean, yeah, it's very dangerous in these marshes.
Yeah, and we can't quite get the hang of walking around in them.
What are you wanting to do though around here? Are you, helping? I mean, what does that entail?
Be specifically walking with us other places and helping us get there successfully.
Oh, no, I don't go any. I mean, I might go to what Ruben calls Norfolk and well, long to see things, but I can't go far away from here at all. I
Well,
don't
it's
travel
not.
outside of.
The thing is, it's the same realm, same trees.
You
We're
don't
not going
understand.
anywhere that doesn't have the same trees
You don't understand. You don't know that.
consistently.
I'm forbidden.
Forbidden by whom?
Oh, Matriarch Selena, we can't leave the grove. But just by me being here, I'm in great trouble. Uh, I
That it
can't go
was
if I get captured. No.
Does she don't know you come out here and talk to Ruben?
Yeah, you seem to be doing a lot of risk for love so far.
Risk for love? What do you mean, love?
I'm pretty sure that concept
Uh,
hasn't made it this far.
Ruben referred to you as his love.
He loves you. Do you know what love is?
Ruben loves me?
Yeah,
Oh.
He has like a massive crush on you.
he loves you, and he would bet dollar to donuts that you love him back.
Ruben's just
He
a
like
friend.
he's like written so many stories about you. He's like a fanfic.
Friends out.
Mhm.
Well, Ruben's just a friend. I mean, we skip rocks. We talk sometimes.
So cute, very cute.
Maybe that's why Ruben likes me so much.
Who wouldn't like someone who skipped rocks? Honestly,
Especially when they're like such a, good looking person that just comes out of the woods with like silver hair and then just says hello to people.
don't talk to the cat. Um,
Well, here's something you might have known or seen
nothing
going
but
between
leaves.
here and Norfolk. You ever seen a group of strange-looking people led by someone with purple skin and tattoos on their faces?
Yes, but I can't go there.
could you show us on our map? I take out the map. Could you show us on our map where you saw him?
Exactly. You don't have to go there. Just tell us
Like
where we
coordinates?
would need to go if we want to go there.
Latitude and longitude coordinates.
What are you talking about, lad? You're
I'm
spouting
talking about
strange
the
words
map.
again.
I'm gonna
This
start
is
throwing stuff at you.
this is called the map.
So quickly, I'm gonna start throwing things at you.
This is called a map.
Yes.
Just
Yes.
We're using
Picture-
my map, the map I own, right? Yeah.
No, I have pulled my map out and I am showing it to her on the rock, where you are most certainly not invited.
See, what we do is we draw what we see around us, and we put it down, and then we give it to someone, and they can take it, and they say, "Well, I know I'm over here, so I got to go this direction for this long to get to this spot over here."
This
Feels
map
like a
isn't
real-
very accurate.
Could you fix it? Could you
How would
fix
you
it?
know that?
Could you please fix my map? I have a pen. Could you just fix it?
Well, the river goes
You
through
guide my
here,
hand.
and it's a lot smaller. I've seen there
Just fix it.
is
Just go ahead, fix it.
this creature you're looking for against a point. And it's near Crapple Lake on the south side. There, where it says on the map. There.
Right.
That's where they go.
Okay.
I don't. I just see him across the river, and I might go to see the lizards sometimes. But
I see the who? You see
the lizards,
the lizards,
the frogs. The frogs are
Right.
funny.
and they're like fit in your hand, lizard frogs, or they're like big.
Oh, they're big lizards. They talk, and the
I'm gonna
frogs
need
are
you
big
to
as
mark
well,
on the
and they
map
talk
where
as well.
the big lizards and frogs are.
Well, they're over here, and the frogs are over here.
Amazing.
How are they
Are
friendly?
they all friendly? Yeah, how friendly are they?
Well, I mean, they're kind of friendly,
Shit.
I guess. The lizards more so, I would say, than the frogs. Usually, you got to bring some like shiny things to the frogs, and then you're like their friend. But the lizards, I don't know. There's a lot of them, and they're all different, and depends on who you're talking to. But I go there for food sometimes. They got some. We're not allowed to eat meat in the grove.
Yeah,
So
notice that. That seems
Yeah.
like
Are
a
you
lot.
curious about eating meat?
I really like fish. It's good.
That's meat.
It's just
Oh.
she says she goes there to eat. She has already grappled with vegetarianism. I am going to start throwing things at you.
I just forage
Please do.
mushrooms and other sorts of herbs, and then I trade it. They're good community, but I only see Thixia from afar. We don't. We're forbidden to go, and we can't go near the towers either. Oh no, definitely not near the
Could-
towers.
Valid. Could you show me how far you are comfortable going on this map? And I'd prefer if it was farther than the exact location we're currently at. But it's
What are
just a
you-
reference.
What are you trying to do? What is? I don't.
Understand clearly what
I'm-
your
I'm-
boundaries are.
I'm just not gonna go willingly along with you all. I don't even know what you're doing here in Marsh. No one's
That's
explained
fair.
anything.
Wow. That's an oversight. That's my
Makes it
bad.
like tight.
I mean, to
We-
be fair, Trisha, you just stared at us for 7 hours.
It's not the same as knowing each other. Anyway, ignore the cat. We're currently working on eliminating evil in the woods and killing a dragon. Specifically.
I just realized we
Oh.
just let that random person stare at us for 7 hours. I think we
She's
have problems.
fine. She doesn't know what a map is. She's fine. She's
while
from
we
a
were
cult.
sleeping.
Okay?
If we're just letting
Shit.
random people do that now, I think we have a problem.
There, throw something at him, please.
Okay. I'm hesitating because the last thing I want to do is damage the shelter. But the primary thing I want to do is hit you in the face. It's a real paradox here. Trish, you don't have to do anything that you're not comfortable doing. We're just very actively working on eliminating the evil in this woods and killing the evil dragon. And we're just open to whatever help we can get. You seemed friendly. You did stare at us for 7 hours. And we're not dead, which is a new experience for us. And we have no idea what we're doing in here. We got this little map, which is, as you said, inefficient. Just use a hand.
Well, going on an adventure?
Yeah. Sort of an ongoing work in progress.
Then I'll go with you.
I'm really proud of you. That's a big step.
Swayed by one word.
It's it's a big adventure.
Just don't tell them.
Not a chance. Not a chance for doing that. And hey, listen, so far in the adventure, we have met all kinds of things and we've touched snow. Don't know if it snows down here. Seems pretty hot.
I don't know what that is.
Exactly. The stuff falling from the sky, imagine if it all sparkled and kind of floated in the air and was really cold.
Sounds magical.
It's like nature magic. It's pretty sick. We're going to see all kinds of cool nature magic.
Well, I guess where do you want to go? Where does the adventure take us?
Good question. It is taking us, I think, currently in the direction of Thixia.
Oh, okay.
Listen, we're really good at thus far not dying and fighting
You're
off
really good at
enemies.
making the others die.
We will keep you safe.
Okay.
And we won't hold it against you at any point if you run. Or hide.
In any direction.
All right. Okay. I guess we'll go.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
It's weird here.
Let's go.
I call up to Paz. Paz, we're getting the hell out of here.
Where are we going?
Begins to walk south.
During
Well, hold on, Trace.
Oh, what?
Well, what we normally do is we just get ourselves together here and then we all walk together.
Oh.
Okay? As a group.
Yeah, you do want to stay.
It's okay. We know you're new to this. It's all right. It's just kind of follow our lead on it, right?
safety.
It is a safety rule, so we do take it seriously. We don't want anything to jump out and you be the first thing they come across.
Oh, okay. All right.
We usually leave that for the tabaxi.
What?
What?
Right?
Okay, so you begin to head south, right? So, having Trisha somewhat in the lead group together, you begin to go off. So we'll go ahead and activate the actual the map there. Get off this map. So.
Amazing.
While,
I don't have anything we can give her to make her feel involved, but
I do.
I'm like, I'm in my
That is
inventory.
Crazy elf magic. Come on.
I got mud.
She does.
you got mud.
That's true. I have weed, but I'm not offering it. There's no way she's.
She's on a natural high all the time.
Do you want the ring of the cup?
Wait, but how will we know where the frogs are if you get rid of it?
What?
So, what are you saying right now?
Sorry.
I was gonna say that entire time while they were having that conversation, Soot was gonna go join Paz in the tree and talk to him.
Oh, it says frogs fancy now. I see. Sorry.
The fancy Fanta frogs.
Sorry,
Okay.
I was watching the process in real time. Sorry.
So you move on to talk with Paz before you head off. Okay.
Yeah, because I had seen him. One, the stress he was going through while we were in the grove, and then two, the stress he was releasing on the wooden figure while he was up in his little hammock. So I was like,
Rage carving.
so in the morning, after he's had some time to hopefully cool off, Soot was gonna kind of walk over to the tree in cat form, climb up, and it's like, hey, Paz, how are you doing?
I don't know if this tree is actually alive or not. It could just not be answering because it doesn't know me.
That
But I
is-
slept in it, so I don't know. I think we're cool. There's that one tree that like that was alive, and that just like walked right over me and scared me. I don't know what this one is.
Yeah, just kind of looking at it, like, yeah, no, that kind of is a little off-putting. How are you feeling about yesterday? You seemed a little stressed out.
I'm gonna kill Tree Lady. Look, I made a shitless figure of her. I'm just gonna hold it up to him. But it's got the little eyes X'd out.
But it's a very detailed, like,
Oh yeah, it's super detailed because
that's
great at wood carving.
you are really good at that, actually.
It was one of the things I did.
So what do you have against the matriarch?
She just seems like a bad person. I don't know. She made everyone not here and then here. I just don't like her.
Okay.
I don't know. There was a whole time where nobody was doing anything. It made me very uneasy.
No, I agree with you there. That was a very unusual sight to
The
see.
wind is very loud. Hold on a second. Alright, carry on.
That was very unusual to say the least. Well,
So I decided to wait till everyone was awake because I didn't know if I killed her then would they wake up. I don't know. But she's gonna die one day. Like when we come back, I'm gonna get her. Don't tell anyone. Like if we're gonna bring the stone back,
uh,
I wanna nail this figure to her tree.
not even theirs.
Was that?
So not even theirs.
I mean, he'll know. He knows. He doesn't like them anyway.
Fair.
He's got a thing against evil people. You know, this lady, Amadar, you know. This lady's running a cult. I don't like it. I don't like this tree. I don't like this forest anymore. The flowers were cool. The little things that tried to that tried to hurt Nair were kind of funny.
That was that was funny.
It's built like a brick house. They were unprepared. They were unprepared for the levels of standing there that she could do.
Hopefully, we won't have to be in this godforsaken swamp for too much longer.
No, but if we have to bring back the stone, which I still don't think we should do, but if we do, I'm be ready. Just gonna get her.
All right, I'll keep that in mind.
Are you gonna help me burn a tree? You don't have to. Just don't stand in my way.
Oh, I definitely won't get in your way.
All right.
I'm on the fence about whether or not to help you, so I will. Like, just I'll think
Well,
about
I don't expect it, but you know, it'd be nice. Trees don't like fire, and you throw meteors and stuff.
it. That is true. I am very.
I don't know if it's a magical tree though, so I don't know how magical. It doesn't matter. The point is, I'm a punch it to death.
Yeah.
At
All
some
right.
point, I don't like her.
It looks like they're wrapping up the conversation over there, so we should probably go join.
Wait, what's up with the lady who just watched us sleep? Like, you guys were all sleeping while I was up here for a bit, and she's just like staring at you.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about her either. I'm guessing it's Grove related. She's probably part of the cult.
Yeah, yeah. This is definitely a cult.
Is it around this time that I yell up, "Hey, Paz, we're getting the hell out of here"?
Sure. Sounds like.
I've been down a minute. I still don't know if this tree is alive.
We don't get to know that until they start talking to us, apparently.
I know this one's just not answering me. It's either a real asshole or it's not alive.
Is it that
Based on our
important that you know
experience, it
this,
could be
lad?
either.
I don't know. Thanks, Soot. You've always been level-headed.
Yeah. No,
And
no problem. And
you know, I don't really care what everyone else says about you. I think you're pretty neat. I mean,
don't
What
Oh.
you can
has
transform
anyone
into
said about him?
you can transform into a human and a cat.
like so just like his face just goes like he just furrows his brow and he's just like
Nobody said anything yet, but if they do,
yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty cool with me.
So it's like I'm pretty sure I have most of the party on my side. So
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. You're pretty cool by me.
except for maybe Gilga. I am not too sure about
Well,
him.
Gilga's a traitor's turncoat, so
Oh my god.
He did
You're not
give me-
wrong. You're not wrong.
I made a list. I made a list of personality traits because I find it hard to distinguish everyone sometimes. His was he's a traitor's turncoat, that a coward's traitor's turncoat.
He seems very fickle. Definitely.
He seems very weak-willed. Like the amount of times he flipped between when I was the Duke and not the Duke. Like, yeah, he's very weak-willed and a turncoat.
I'm gonna write that one down.
Put a note.
Yeah.
Alright, well, let's get going. And I'm gonna start climbing down the tree.
I'm just gonna jump because monk.
Because
life.
monk.
Those monk. Yeah.
I didn't choose the monk life. The monk life chose me.
I did choose the monk life, and at a certain level, that let me just slow fall.
Yeah.
I have to say, I really like the alliteration that you had there, traitor turncoat. Really emphasized it.
It reminded me, Paz, your sister, you're basically going through. It reminded me of Michael Scott from The Office with the roller.
Michael Scott as a monk in D&D.
So you begin to go through, right, the woods and so Trisha's just walking. He's not consulting the map at all. Just moving through and navigating.
It's fine.
There's a level of almost as if step in my steps and things, and they're avoiding the water at all time, right? There's things that Trisha is doing that is almost maintaining a level of stealth as they move through, and they're not hindered moving through at a stealth pace at normal speed in this difficulty. So they're kind of gravitating, moving through. They're not making steps, not making footfalls. Sometimes they stop and they listen, right? They're just stopping and looking around, shifting trees and things.
Dr. and I are clunking behind.
And
Clunk,
yeah,
clunk, clunk.
most likely, yeah, heavily armored
Playing
folks.
into
that
stuff.
Yeah.
playing again. So Cody, since you weren't here, so this particular area of the marsh is you have uprooted trees, and you have a little bit of pools of water. You have tall mushrooms, kind of span upwards to 40 to 50 feet in height. Sometimes large boletes and certain things. These just massive shrooms. And then the trees extend up into the canopy, roughly 90 or so feet, and then the entire canopy is covered in a fog. The light kind of illuminates that, knowing that, okay, it looks like there's sunlight, but you're unsure, you can't see the sun. There are ferns and other sorts of creatures and wildlife and all sorts of things in here. And so it has almost that kind of forested region of a swamp or a marsh that you're commonly kind of seeing in real life. A lot of the actual mushrooms and the actual low shrubs and the ferns and things, they actually glow. They have bioluminescence. And so you're seeing that they're glowing, they're providing light around as well as many different creatures, insects and other frogs and toads. And they're just making all realms and manners of noise begin to move. So Trisha is leading you in the direction of the river. So heading in the direction of the river, pretty much making a straight shot south. For those that have some high wisdom, able to kind of survival wise and maybe link up to this, they're continue to look in the western direction. They're just eyeing through the trees towards the west as they make their way south. And they're being very cautious not to go west. Through the trees, you can hear shadows and things moving, right? And so, Trish will stop, wait a little bit, and then move. Through the fog, because there's still a fog layer you're perceiving, you're looking through, you can see the shadows, you can see them moving. They appear to be humanoids. Trisha is not frightful of them. It's not stopping the pace. It's not worried about them. It just simply moves through. They're a distance of 60 or 70 feet from you. Trisha still continues to move through. And it's odd that Trisha's not engaging if this is a threat or what this could be. It's just simply continuing to move. And these shadows don't move in response. They're just there.
Tricia,
Yeah.
I'm just curious. Are you aware of what's over there, the shadowy figures?
Oh, yeah. Those are the dead that walk. Just ignore them. They won't bother you.
Nice.
Hmm.
Really?
Yeah,
They pay people walking through no mind at all.
they're they're really mindless. Like walk right up to them and they don't do anything.
I don't think we need to test that right now, but it's
Yeah,
good to
it's
know.
not bad. Sometimes when I got too close, they wouldn't do anything, and then when I watch them, they would respond minutes later. Then I would hear like this kind of screech sound coming from Pixie.
Hmm.
I got out of there quick, but it's bad. Yeah, we
We won't be doing that. No.
Yeah.
just well, don't worry. We'll just stay away from them. I can see them. It'll be all right.
Hey Trisha,
Yeah.
No.
uh, how long have there been these mindless thingies?
For as long as I've been alive.
Which has been. What would you guess? How long?
I don't know. Um,
It's fine.
I know Ruben talked about years. I don't really know what those are.
Fair.
How many
Hmm.
seasons have gone by?
Seasons? What's a season?
You don't even have seasons? What the hell?
It's. They
No
have.
salt, no
My
They,
guy, the
they've got.
sun didn't go down last night.
Yeah,
I
they've
didn't.
got.
Yeah,
Right.
but like we're in the
Nothing.
over.
Nothing changes where they are, and also they have a tree cult that just wants them to stay forever. I don't think
Yeah,
time is a tangible.
Imagine not even having
has
salt.
Ruben said anything about how old he is to you?
Oh, yeah. Ruben said that they were, I think, like 70 years old. Not sure.
Okay.
Ruben likes to talk a lot.
That's valid.
Kind
He
of like
does.
you
But
all.
Seemed like it. Hey,
I
that's
try, I
what we
try
do.
to listen, but sometimes I just start picturing life.
And like ignore him.
it's fair.
Ignore? No, Ruben said it's called a daydream. I have
Yeah.
daydreams a lot.
It's fair. What?
I do
What?
that one too.
What do you daydream about? Did you say? What life?
Just
Your life?
exploring the world outside of the marsh. What there is to offer. Ruben talked about a place called Fort Farron. You mentioned
Yeah.
it too.
Right.
Thought about going there one time, but
Yeah.
just never have.
There is a lot to
We'll put that on the adventure list.
Well, that's where Ruben will be. And
Well,
eventually.
maybe after we're done with your adventure, we'll go there.
Absolutely, it is on the docket to head back that way after the adventure. So
I don't tend to make a promise I can't keep.
no.
Well, let's get moving. I would probably try looks towards the heavily armored figures. Maybe if you could be more quiet, I think that would be.
I try so hard.
Try
I
and
gen.
I
Trust
Do
me,
you have any-
this group's not good at that.
Do you have any tips? Like I really,
If you stop clunking around,
I gotta be honest. It's not good for stealth. It's so helpful in the whole hitting things and not dying thing.
You
yeah,
can always
it just
take
kind of
off.
comes with the territory, so to speak.
But if I take it off, I have to put it
Do
back
you sleep
on.
in your armor?
Well,
Yeah.
I might be have
Yeah.
I know a way that our footfalls won't make sound.
Let's try that way.
Begins to reach outwards, and if you need, as far as this spell, this is pass without trace.
won't stop Madame Clunkerson from clunking about. But
Having a couple
will-
leaves and different things, and moving the hands, and kind of blow across all of you. And as you kind of move, it seems as though the natural is moving with you at this point, kind of covering your footfalls and helping it so that you're staying more stealthy. Actually, that should help.
Can we just get like a
Thank
stealth
you
roll
so
from
much.
Barris just for funsies to see how big it is?
I'm
now?
I don't even have to try. I'm the essence of stealth.
I'm just
Varys,
curious.
Varys is barely
passive
here.
stealth is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you
Yeah.
add in pass without a trace. The guy's
Plus
literally has
10.
a plus 21
Like-
to stealth at that point.
Just disappeared into the
My-
trees
my-
again.
Passive
That's for
stealth
that whole
currently
founded accuracy thing.
is 22. Just at a regular walk, I'm doing 22 stealth.
Unless
Plus
Varys rolls a nat 1 for active stealth, that's the only time you're probably going to be able to see.
Damn. I'm glad to know that I'm almost as stealthy as Varys, at least. So-
Every time Varys stops moving, we lose track of him for a
You
minute.
just got to remember, you might be at like an 18 or 19, but those 4 points are really hard to make up.
Yeah, I know. Hey, I could have had the expertise in stealth, okay?
You could have. Yes.
But I didn't.
But you did, yeah.
Instead of some
But
history.
then I got high.
Instead, I got high on books and history.
Fucking nerd.
Gotta be someone intelligent in this group.
Varys has a 17 intelligence. He's a nerd calling you a nerd.
Yeah.
I also don't think that
Literally-
Wingsong is the one who's going to be pulling out the big guns
Also,
on intelligence. even.
Literally
Like,
Gilga.
Yeah, Gilga.
Yeah,
I forgot about
Pretty
Gilga.
smart.
Their
yeah, I think it's
artificer
the
here.
one, the artificer.
Well, you know, he's fickle.
He is fickle.
I think the hierarchy goes Gilga, Varys, and then you in the intelligence. order.
What? How intelligent are you?
I have a 17 intelligence.
I have 17 too.
Okay.
We're
So-
But then
tied.
it's the character. You have to ask
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Continuing
Very...
continuing on your walk now that this has been cast, you're more than welcome to roleplay amongst yourself. I'm out of character shock, but you're getting to the stage. You've traveled, and in time is just lost to you. It seems like you're like, okay, I feel like I've been traveling for an hour, but it hasn't felt like an hour. And there's this sense of time that you're losing throughout the journey, especially the closer that you move towards the south, towards the heart of the marshes. As you traverse, you reach the bankment of the river, and it seems like no time has passed at all. Could be a couple hours, but you're tired, and you feel as if you've walked all day.
Has
Coming
the
to-
sun moved?
No,
We can't see the
Fucking
sun.
place,
the
man.
trees.
Yeah, we do not have
woods.
the normal, all the normal circadian indications of our natural passage of time that, we mark, like sunrise, sunset, and all that. We have none of that.
Is this one of those weird Alaska situations where the sun's
Yep.
always up?
Yep.
The Kodiak Islands.
So you
Yep.
get to the
Greenland.
embankment of the river, and you can see that it is very much shallow, working itself, and there has been an uprising of the actual waterway, and so that fills into the uprooted trees, almost into a mangrove type scenario, with the trees kind of pouring in with the tall grasses into the actual river. And it makes it difficult to actually see through, right? You can't actually see to the other side because the grasses are so tall and the different wildlife and things. You have to really kind of shift through and kind of muck through to get in the actual river, maybe even waist deep before you can see across on the other side. But there is one thing that you can see. The fog, even though it is quite thick in contrast to the overcast, it still moves a little bit with the water. So the water itself is kind of pushing with its natural force, and you can see a little bit within the shadows across the way, many, many, many feet away, not miles away. It's the shadows of two objects, two towers. One far off to your left rises hundreds of feet into the air, goes into the fog overcast. And then another, only about 100 feet or so. Smaller as well, not nearly as large. And remember, you're just getting the shadows. You can't get any sort of real great detail from them. And from current positions upon the map, when you consult that, one of the towers is in Thixia. And the other tower is on the east side of Carpet Lake. That's what you're able to see now that you're at the embankment. You can't really get a good look at anything else. Trish at this point simply looks a little bit and just goes into the water, into the grass, and starts
Thanks.
walking through.
Trish, wait, hold
Trish,
on.
Wait,
Tricia,
what? Oh,
Take me with you?
what's wrong?
Can you carry me?
We're gonna have a harder time getting across, and we might need to take a minute and let our bodies do a little bit of recoup.
Oh,
I
We're
tend
not
to.
cool like you.
I tend to float.
so you need to sleep.
Good memory.
I mean,
Maybe not even
Maybe.
sleep, just
Just-
let our
just-
bodies sit still for
Take
a
a
short period of time.
rest, as someone would say.
think of a
Oh, yeah.
plan for the rest of us who can't walk through water to cross.
Oh,
Yeah.
That is, you can walk on the water, right? Is
I mean-
that what you do?
Walk on frozen things.
Oh, frozen. Never
Mhm.
mind.
this is a moving
a vet.
river, right? This is moving
Yeah.
as a current.
So
Like a treadmill.
let's take 5. Let's all sit. Maybe you could listen to a couple stories from other adventures, and we could just let our bodies, and then we could do some problem solving on this whole moving water situation.
I think the other thing we need to do is try and figure out some way of marking time. At least, so we don't push ourselves to the point where we're passing out,
Do any of us have something for that?
No,
I
just
ran out of.
That's the problem.
If only I had the keen mind feat.
I ran out of rope.
Hey,
I have nothing that can help.
I ran out of rope, so I can't tell us how many ropes it's been since I last checked.
I can constantly use my spell refueling ring.
How does that happen?
Huh?
No, the rope time telling thing. I'm interested in this.
Well,
No,
you
he's
see,
using
it's
corrective
also
action.
it's also a navigational method that we use to
He
get
was
it.
using
You
his-
see,
yeah.
you see, if I tie a rope to a tree and then we walk, and I can see where that rope is, I will know that we're one rope's away, and then I'll tie another
alternatively.
one, and then that would be a measure of time. Is how many ropes does it take for us to get tired?
You
But I
that's
don't have
actually
any
not-
more rope.
That actually
I've
isn't
got a lot
that
of
bad
rope.
of an idea, not gonna lie.
Seems really inefficient.
Well, I don't see you come
It
up with
must be
anything
something.
smarter.
We could also potentially, when we're done taking this short casual resting period of time,
Ignore
We
that
could-
time exists.
we could have Trish walk across with a rope, tie it to a tree on the other side, and then tie it to one on our side.
This is a really
I
big
got,
river.
I got it, but the problem is it's only gonna work for one day, and so it should probably be after we take our next long rest.
I'm talking about getting across the.
How far?
I'm thinking on the whole time measuring thing. I know you're on
How
the
wide is the river?
I'm happy to listen to my body on being tired.
How wide does the river look if I can see across
It's
it?
big. It's
Can't
big
see
river.
across because you have a sheet of grass and uprooted
Mm.
trees in front of you. You have to go into the water to start mucking through to get a sight line, or
okay.
you can climb a tree. Right?
Okay, is there a tree that's nearby?
Yeah.
You're in the woods. I hate
You're let's say a lot
I
of
hate you
trees
so
Well, I mean,
nearby.
I don't know, like I don't know.
No,
the
actually,
reason why.
no. There's
We're
no
in the
tree.
woods. Is there
Okay,
a tree
okay.
nearby?
So can
Not
I
a
get some?
tree.
Okay, let me ask one question real quick. I want to get some clarification on exactly what. As my understanding, we're at like the bank of a river in the marshland.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like I didn't know there's gonna be a lot of trees in the marshland coast or not. So I don't go to the marshlands often, guys. I guess I'll climb up a tree using my cat claws. No. Oh, oh.
Okay. So looking across as you get a better sight line, you can see that there are objects, shadows that are moving in the fog, hulking figures as well, ranging from 15 feet high on the other side of the river. The river itself, working through some of the footage from the tributaries feeding in, it seems to get wide at this juncture. And you're looking that the actual width of the river here is roughly 80 feet or so. And then continues to get wider as more tributaries are kind of feeding into it. If you were to cross the river, you'd either go upriver to get a less width, but it'd be quicker water. But you most likely would not want to cross the river further down because of how many tributaries and how many actual waterways are feeding into it. Because the river is getting massively wide at that juncture.
Was that 8-0 or 18?
8-0.
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. I can
Yeah,
get across
so-
this fine.
So currently you're like right here. This is.
Gotcha.
80.
Oh, that's the river we're crossing. Okay.
Remember, it's not to scale. None of this is to
Yeah.
scale. That was one of the things that they
Right.
mentioned.
This is just a hand-drawn thing.
Yeah, and then so you're seeing as these tributaries kind of feed into it. This is actually the actual width of the river is quadrupling at that point. So you're actually seeing that it's getting massive. So it's about 320.
Okay.
Yeah, I've played
But
Oregon
now
Trail.
that
We're
I
in trouble.
can, now that I can see across, I can see the other bank. Okay. I'll go ahead and climb back down, and I'll get to the group. And guys, okay. So I went to the tree and I looked across. There's some big creatures over there, like 15 feet tall shits over there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Creatures?
Creatures, yeah. Big boys.
What?
Is that
My guess is it's
15 feet tall.
Yeah, pretty big boys.
15?
15? I'm confused. Now you're making me doubt myself.
So did you even see them at all then?
Well, you're questioning me, and I'm like reading my notes. You spoke fast.
We fought things way bigger than 15 feet.
Okay,
Yeah, we
so
fought
you're
a
just being
dragon.
sarcastic. I thought
Yes.
you were being.
It's a lot of
Yeah.
sarcasm, yeah. No,
I
15
thought you were
is very
doubting whether or not
scary.
there's 15-foot creatures, and I was like, there's 15-foot creatures.
No, just whether or not that's an issue.
Yeah, that's on the scaling size. That's
Well, I
literally
mean,
punched the dragon in the back of the head.
yeah.
okay, I'm just.
Yeah,
I'm, just
passed on to tree,
I'm just,
so
I'm just giving you guys the warning,
He
just so you
attempted
know
to stun
for
a
sure.
tree. He
I'm
stunned a
just
horse.
saying.
let him have this.
No, I will not. That tree stunned him.
No, that tree very much messed me up. It was very acidy.
I'm just saying across this
That's very
80
open and honest of you.
across this gap of river, which is 80 feet approximately, there's some tall boys over there. So if we want to cross here now, there's that. We could go down river, which is a lot bigger.
There's more
That sounds like a
towers over
yeah.
there.
bad idea.
Bad idea it is.
You want to
but I'm just
cross where
saying.
it's small.
Then we could either go upriver back towards Norfolk and cross there. Maybe it's gonna be shorter. How like the width of the river.
Well,
But-
yeah, but or we could just cross here.
We could. I'm just saying these are like the options that we have from what I saw.
I
Now-
mean, it's not a problem for me.
Now the thing is, if you can run across all you want,
I bet I can.
I don't know how fast you can run or how far you can run over the water, but I was
But I want to
thinking.
see it.
I was thinking what I could do is that I could dimension door us over the river.
Oh, that would be so great,
One
too.
person.
All of us?
I can take one person with me. I can just come back, take another person, and just keep doing it.
How
You
do
can
you
just
come?
keep doing
How
it?
do you come back?
I think
How
of
many
the place.
fourth level spells you got?
I have 3.
So you can do that to 2 people.
I can do it 4 times in total.
Yeah,
Or
but
you
at
gonna
least
burn a 5th level spell slot?
Well, I mean, imagine we're gonna go to sleep at some point.
I want to get
So-
dimension door.
So that means that you would end up back on this side of the river. If it's one there, one back, one there, one back.
Well,
You
how
need
many
to get
people
there.
are we? How many people can't get across by themselves?
Everyone.
You said you can, so don't lie.
Yeah, but I don't want to. It's a big river. I don't know what's in there.
You just said that you.
You
could.
realize I'm only like 3 feet tall, and there are fish that are bigger than me.
You're lighter.
Exactly. I am.
Always a bigger
But
fish.
Okay,
Have-
I'm just offering a good, some ideas.
the
here,
big
you
fish
know?
eat the little ones.
I was just offering an idea that I thought might be a good idea. I mean, theoretically, I could also just polymorph someone maybe and turn them into a
Yeah.
decent sized.
Turn paths into a fish.
No, I was thinking more of just like a decent sized animal that maybe we could ride across.
Do you know how deep the river is?
I don't know.
Well, then how do you know? Well, if you don't know, then how do you know how tall the creature has to be?
Well, who says it has to be tall? It more has to be wide.
What are you going to turn him into? An elephant?
Well, I mean, do you guys have any ideas of what to turn someone into?
Let's get one of those assholes to come over. We'll kill it on this side, and then we'll just lay
to
its
be honest-
body
To
down.
be honest, guys, Or
And then we'll just do it again. Let's just kill 2 of them. That's 30 feet. We'll just lay them
I'm
across
just
like a
offering
bridge.
up
It's
some
fine.
ideas, guys. Like, I don't see you guys offering any ideas of how
I
to get
just
across.
offered an idea.
Well, you did, but I'm talking about everyone else now. I just offered like 3 ideas.
I'm saying my idea is bad, but I didn't hear any immediate feedback.
What was it?
Just assume we all knew it was bad.
I did.
But
Yeah,
we're
but
just
yeah, there's-
but we're all just too
If we had
polite
a
to
week,
say
I could
anything.
explain why that plan wouldn't work.
Ah.
We just
Guys, couldn't you
Yo,
just
Trish, do you have
This
any
whole time-
ideas?
into a large creature?
Oh, that's what I was thinking. I can change someone into a large creature.
This
Maybe
whole
2 of
time,
us.
Thothig has just sat down and is sitting crisscross applesauce, just smiling as he listens to all of this.
You know,
Trish.
I'm just giving ideas here.
I
don't
like
know-
it.
See,
What-
the
what-
problem,
what's like a
the
big
problem is, we talked about going across the river in the morning. I could have been ready for this situation. As it is, we either figure out going now or we rest for the night and we cross easily in the morning.
How are we
Okay,
gonna cross
Then
easily
let's
in the
cross
morning?
easy in the morning.
You
It sounds like
probably
sleepy
have-
time to me.
Because Pelor, through Pelor, I have a little thing here that can let us cross simply by walking as Passwood.
If it's playing to him to remove the water and split it in 2.
No, I said walk across the
We did
water.
see
lad.
frogs
Let's
pop
set
up all
the
over the
record
map.
straight here. Paz cannot walk on water.
You don't know that.
Try. Show me.
I'm just if you really want, I'm just
Yes, I would love to see this.
I'm just gonna
So
stretch.
excited.
Who's Paylor?
Oh, he's just.
Oh.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry
Tree
about it.
god.
When I get sucked down the river, this is on you.
Different tree god. It's not even.
I'm gonna do it.
What are you waiting for?
Okay.
Gonna do it.
We
your
found that
dad.
multiple groups of people talk to trees with pretty mixed to positive results, depending.
Keep going.
I'm still waiting.
I do want to stop you, but I also want to see if you
I
genuinely.
want to see
can
what
walk on
happens
water.
too.
I want to action dash across the river. I'm running these beasts, and I want to run on a bit of an angle.
Oh, angle? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
He's trying to hedge
Isn't
his
that gonna
bet.
make it more longer?
I want to. No. It's
Yeah,
still,
it's-
theoretically, it's gonna get shorter if I'm going to the smaller end, theoretically. But
Okay, so what makes you think you can walk on this water?
I believe that I can run across liquids.
Didn't he do that before?
No.
He can't actually do it yet. I
Oh.
think.
Yeah, I can. I did it before.
Is it?
Yeah, I remember him
There
doing
is a
it.
bug
He did it
feature at
before.
certain level.
Yeah,
Yes, bugs can run
level
across
9 with
water.
unarmed movement. So
Mhm.
long, if I could just run across vertical surfaces and liquids on my turn without falling during the move.
Yeah, because I remember he did it once before.
He
Yeah.
literally did it last session.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's an
he ran
80-foot
across the
move.
river, actually, didn't he?
No, yeah, but I never ran across a moving one.
Yeah,
Right.
fair.
So, also, I don't know what's in this river, but this is on Varys's head.
I would make this like an acrobatics check to see if you don't trip while you're running.
Or just about a trip on a rapid or something.
Trip on a rapid. Absolutely.
Yeah, because you have plus 15 feet, and then you have the unarmored movement improvement, right? So that allows you to go across the water space. You also have
I also have a bonus action for Step of the Wind if I need
you
to,
can
and I
step
have
of the
Misty
wind
Step if I.
across. Yeah, we can get across.
I-
I mean, there's nothing that's. I don't think anything would stop you. It's obviously it has a current, but it's not crazy. I think so. You should be able to just go across. So liquid.
I wanna hold my action and just try to like.
The issue is you have to go through the grass in front of you, which is difficult terrain as you pull yourself through, and that's going to be about 15 feet of
Forgot
actual
about the grass.
And because you're a small-sized creature, it's not going to be good for you.
I forgot about the grass.
So you got about 15 feet of difficult terrain to get through, which you're going to be actually head deep into the water at that point before you even get out of the grass.
I'm just gonna, as I start walking through the glass, it just starts going up. But if you really want
I
this,
All right, Paz. No, I think
I'm doing it. Nope, Vash
No,
wants me
Paz,
to.
Hold
He
on,
said,
before you
"Hey,
before you
Trevor,
go
I'm gonna
past.
put my head under, but I'm not gonna like move. I'm just gonna kind of hang on. Wait, is the water clear or is it murky?
Murky.
It is murky, and not just that, it is
Excellent.
pigmented with black, as it's
Oh,
difficult
God.
to see.
Excellent. I'm just gonna duck down under the water, but hang on to the grass.
I
Someone
wouldn't
fish him
I wouldn't
out.
I wouldn't fish in there.
Yucky in there.
Let him
It's
do
just an
his thing. Let
expression,
him do his
last. I'm not actually
Hey.
saying we fish. I'm just saying someone get me out of the water.
Oh,
Trisha,
No,
can you get some?
he's got this.
He'll
I
be fine.
got achy kazoo bears. Splash out of the water, just gasping for breath.
Mm-hmm.
You gave
Is he
it
on-
your best shot there,
I
buddy.
can do it.
And going back to getting across.
Now look
the
at me.
river, all
I'm just flinging dirt on him.
I was literally about to climb a tree and prepare Dimension Door to save your ass.
Oh, I would have
No.
saved him if he actually was in danger.
trouble. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if he
Nissan,
fell in the middle of the river, that would be a bit
If a
dangerous.
grappling gun, we'll be fine.
You have to hit me.
If we're feeling tired enough
You have to
rest,
hit through water.
Yeah.
I'm confident in my aiming ability.
Just shoot through water? You ever heard of water resistance?
if we're tired enough to rest, let's rest, and then in the morning we can just walk across.
Fair enough. Let's do it. I'm convinced.
Still walk across.
Before we go to sleep, though,
What?
are there any good questions for Pelor?
If we could locate those rocks, that'd be really
yeah.
helpful.
Is this a question for Paylor?
Actually, I have a question.
You know what? You don't have to ask Pelor, lad. I can give you the answer to that, and it's sit on it and it'll rotate.
Actually, I have a good question, but it's more of like a religious
How
one.
can I rotate it? It's attached to my wrist.
Gotta really get.
Keep
torque
working
in
on
there.
it, lad. You'll figure it
Torque.
out, I'm sure.
I mean, I'm pretty nimble, but
It's more
Not
like
nimble
a.
enough to walk on water.
I got really short lips.
All right, let's see. I guess we should ask about like the frog people and the lizard people. See if they have the stone.
Yeah, that would
I
be
guess.
one. And then
Alright.
see if there's another. See if there is a stone in Fixia as well.
Ask
than
if-
just going there for no reason.
Ask if all of the pieces of the stone are in the marshes, or if any of them are outside of the marshes.
I feel like the first one, asking if all of them are in the marshes, would be.
That is exactly what I was thinking, lad. All right.
That's not his
First-
question. That was my question.
I know. I'm just saying, like between.
Well, you
them,
should write like
did
6
that.
questions.
I-
We're
I am
consolidating.
not a lad, so I did not receive credit from Thothic on that.
That was a great question.
I'll give you credit for making us confused enough that we had to sort it out. How's that?
I did not.
He's a
It's
pretty
very
cool
straightforward.
All right. So first
He's a
question:
cool cat. For the
Are
record,
all the
he is a
stone,
cool
are the
cat.
remaining pieces of the stone in the marsh?
Mm.
Second question: is there one in Fixia?
Is there one in Dixia? Right.
Third one:
Third.
do the lizards or the frogs have one?
Well, I can only see. It's got to be a yes or a no.
Well, see, that would be if you're asking about both. It would be a yes if one of them has it, or no if neither of them has it.
So we'll know at least one of them
Alright.
has it.
Well, these one. All right. All right. So, are they in the marsh? Is a piece in Dixia? Is a piece with the lizards or the frogs?
Great. Follow up. If
Got
the, if the answer to the first question is no,
That's
Wait.
gonna be a pain.
Bothing starts writing a flow chart here.
if the answer to the first one, are they in the marshes, is no, we don't need to ask the next two. We could ask different questions.
Well, if that happens, I'll do it on the fly. I don't think we'll sit down and.
All right.
Can you
well,
ask if
Ask
if
again.
the answer is no? Can I get a third question?
Too late. Don't think
Wait.
zoned out. He's already praying.
Oh shit!
Nothing.
your eyes slightly
Oh.
glow with a yellowish white hue. Seem to connect as the sound around you slight kind of dull, right? Sensations of other things start doling down. You feel as if you're connected. Break and the slight embracing tickle upon your flesh as you reach out to your deity.
Good to know I can still reach you even though in this strange place. Right, Pelor?
He's just not there. It's call waiting.
Yeah, if you don't know.
Hold and
No, it's
drop.
like, hello, you've reached Pelor. Pelor, it's good to hear from you. I just wanted to know. I'm not here, tricked you.
This number is no longer in service.
Yeah.
Number you
You've
have
reached a
dialed is not
god who has
connected.
not configured their voicemail.
All right.
They
Uh,
have
Quite-
not set
questions
up
there?
their voicemail box.
Pelor, are the remaining pieces of Gilgas stone in the marsh? All the pieces of Gilgas stone in the marsh.
Yes.
Is there a piece of the stone in the place known as Styxian?
No.
Why are we going?
Is there a piece of the stone with the lizard or the frog tribe?
Frogs.
Oh!
That was nice.
And Thothig like falls over as he comes out of it. Frogs! We need to go see the frogs.
Can you ask if Talus is flammable?
Did he give you a definitive answer? That's crazy.
I know it's not how it's supposed to work, but he said frogs.
That's.
I said, is there a piece of the stone with the lizards or the frogs? He said frogs.
I don't. I feel weird about it being helpful because it's not usually, but okay. Did you say anything else?
All the pieces are in the marsh,
Great.
alright? But there is no piece in Thixia.
Oh, that means Gurgash is in the marsh.
Well, obviously Rugash is.
Yeah, I think
Why do
that's
we
the
want to
reason.
go to Thixie again? Because we were looking for the rock,
Well,
right?
Because Thixia, the mortal enemy of Solinar.
I
Yeah. But that's where
Presumably-
Paxina's from, right?
Yeah, presumably
And
they
she's
had.
she's my homie, so it's not our enemy necessarily. Oh, but the evil
Just it.
purple person is there. We
Maybe.
probably should deal with that.
Also, before we just learned, we were under presumption there
They-
might be a piece of
There
stone.
was a good chance.
They
there
aren't
would be.
in Thixia. Thixia is large, but that purple person, they're not in Thixia.
Right.
They're at like the
You said
lake.
They're by the lake,
Right?
right?
Yeah,
They're on the
they're
south side of Crupple Lake. Thixia is very large, but the river really took it. Most of it's
So-
in water.
Oh, so it's been partly washed away.
I got the quick question
Oh,
about
it's
this
a
purple
ruin.
person.
Gotcha. It's a ruin.
Who's the purple person? Is that Sylvana?
No, the person is somebody. The person who was leading the attack on Norfolk.
Krish, can I start running flashcards with you? Because we got to work that vocabulary up on this adventure.
What do you mean?
In
Flashcards.
Yeah.
What are flashcards?
Right.
she's
Yeah.
CSL, common second language.
What I'm gonna do is I have pen and paper, and I'm gonna take my paper and make smaller pieces of paper. I'm gonna just write different words that are very frequently gonna be useful and helpful on this adventure, and then I'm gonna run with you until you recognize them and know what they are. Cool.
I guess, but don't you want me to lead you?
That's
where
gonna
you
be
need to-
like. I do. This is going to be like a right before we do our sleeping thing kind of activity,
Oh. Oh, I
and some of
see.
the walking.
Is this part of sleeping?
We'll be sleeping. You'll be building vocabulary.
What is vocabulary?
Exactly.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
you'll be
Vocab-
tranced.
Vocabulary is one of the words.
We're gonna put that at the front of the list.
Well, you go to trance, right?
Me personally, yes.
Yeah, you go into trance. So you have
Her,
even more
no
time.
clue. I know, and I'm gonna devote a good chunk of that time.
We were all asleep while she was watching us sleep.
Except for the 4 hours where they maybe have like been awake together, staring at each other.
Yeah, I'm fine with maintaining eye contact, but now we're gonna drill.
Oi, Paz.
Ooh.
What?
I think we should go see the frogs.
You happen to
What?
have any
We're on
bits
the
of your
Frogs too.
happen to have any bits of your brewing stuff with you? Would you happen to have an extra cork for a bottle on hand?
I mean, Everything I have was left in the cart. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I got a couple bottles in my bag. I thought maybe I have an extra one. It's all right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Everything's back in the. I didn't buy anymore.
That's okay.
All right, Ferris. We're making a bet.
I'm so high.
We're making a good. We're
I
making a.
started smoking the moment Thassa mentioned his god.
We're making a bet right now.
Varys is trying to see his own god.
Ferris said, absolutely
Let's
not.
just-
I'll see myself out.
Yeah.
we're making a bet. I will run.
God.
I'll run straight across this river. But you owe me a favor. No questions asked.
But it doesn't count if Thothic cheats and uses divine power.
Nope, he doesn't. This is all just me. I will other side and back
And you think I'm going to take this bet?
because if you
What
do,
do I get if you don't?
I will owe you a favor of no questions asked. I will not say a thing when you say it. I will not say anything. I will just do.
Like a follower would.
Just
So
just
a favor
just-
for a favor.
all you gotta do is just say this is it, and I'll be like, whatever. Just point and punch. Or not. I mean, whatever.
Sure.
Excellent. Come follow me.
I'm excited just to watch.
Gonna stretch.
Still waiting
No.
for you to figure out how to shoot a fucking grapple gun through water, but
Now, there's grass, so you won't be able to see me. So, but I will run. You can
We're
hold
doing
it
this
back.
right now.
Yeah. Why not? You having second thoughts?
No.
All right.
What happens when you do go in the water? Or get to the other side? What are you going to sleep over there by yourself tonight?
I mean, I could run back.
Okay.
I have
Good.
a potential solution to this, for the grass problem.
No,
Oh.
no helping. He can't get any help. That voids the
No
bet.
help. Yeah,
He
it
has to
has
do
to
it
be
by
all on his
himself.
own.
No, you just said I can't use Thothink's divine powers. You never said anything
No
about
help.
such awesome cat magical
No help.
abilities.
Nope.
I was just
But
gonna
Can't
get
do them until after I sleep for a bit. So you have fun. I'm going
I
out.
was just
You
gonna
Thothic
get
No
let
rid
us
of
outside
have
help,
sleep.
because then it's not you doing it. It's
No,
magic doing it.
I wasn't gonna help him. I was just gonna get rid of enough of the grass so we can actually see him run across and back. But if you don't want me to do that,
you want to just climb the
I
tree.
do
Varys?
want a good view.
What are you
I
going
do
to
want
do?
a good
Burn the
view.
grass? Because I feel like that's going to give away
But-
our
but
location.
You can climb the
that's exactly
tree
what I was
with.
going to do, but now that you've mentioned that, that doesn't seem like a good idea. But I still want to do it
But
because I want to watch him.
there's a
just not
simple
gonna-
solution to this. Climb the tree.
Yeah, but
Well,
then
you're not the smart one. Shut up.
I need to be close enough in case he does mess up and I have to save his ass.
I can save
Can't
him.
save his ass from up in the
Literally
tree.
will never happen.
I
Why
can
don't
save.
you go up in the tree so you
Okay.
can see him,
Okay.
and then I'll stay here.
Last time you forget this dynamic, I saved you.
How far can your grapple
I
gun
think we've
shoot?
gone back and forth. I'm pretty sure your ass got stepped on by a tree not too long ago that I ended up killing.
I don't know. I was unconscious for that.
Yeah, well, spoiler alert. I killed it.
I don't believe you.
You don't have to believe me.
Anyway,
I'm gonna go climb up the tree now.
Okay.
I'm gonna ready dimension door to wherever the hell Paz is if he falls in the river.
don't do that yet. Won't need it.
And so, shall I burn down enough of the grass to see, or do you want me to just leave it?
I'm already going. I would like to burn a key point to Step of the Wind. And then I would like to use my action to dash to just boom.
Go through the
So-
grass.
oh,
get
just so
into the
petty.
water. All right.
Just boom,
Okay.
boom, of the other side. It's 120 feet. So hopefully,
Yeah. So you're going. You're feeling it. Even with difficult terrain, you should be able to do that. So you kind of you're running, but on the other side there's grass as well, right? So you're kind of running across, and at that point you kind of go into the grass and you just like disappear into it, and then you start kind of sinking into the water up to your waist, and you kind of mucking in a little bit of the dirt and the muck and the things and the fog. It's kind of rolling around you, and there's just these odd groans at the tree line. 20 to 30 feet. Just hear them. Then all of
I
a sudden,
am-
kind of, as the ground kind of shakes a little bit, water almost like moves.
I kind of want to peek. I would like to very silently.
After he runs, Varys turns over to
He-
Soot and goes, I don't care if he can make it or not. I just wanted him to waste his effort.
That was wild.
I'll
want-
look down and I'll be like, thumbs up, he made it.
I want to. I just want to stealth very quietly and peek into the trees.
All right, roll stuff.
I'm curious.
It's probably
Following.
Getting that one.
I can't
Remember,
get
we were
that once.
specifically told not to look at stuff.
Continuing
that
to
once.
continuing to push through the tall grass, you notice that the trees here are mainly coming actually from the water, like they're almost like kind of growing me out of the water. And you come to the tree line, and then out of the actual tree line, you're stretching, looking south. You can see it's just tall grass, ranging from 6 to 9 feet all the way down, and then kind of lowers itself to 3 and maybe even a maximum of 12. So it's a great diversity of how long these grasses are. Some are denser, some are light. And you can see just like almost hulking figures moving roughly 15, 16 feet in height, grotesque, wearing black armor and carrying themselves as they're kind of moving through and just roaming. There's also the grass kind of moving, tickling through smaller, potentially humanoids than them, medium sized, maybe you're unclear, and you're just stretching and looking. And then if you stare off over the grass, you can see a structure many miles that appears to be some sort of solid piece of rock, almost as if it's like a hill, but it's a plateau of blackness, and you're just kind of looking, and there's a glow of green almost coming from it, and it's again many, many miles away, but you can see it, the fog moving and getting bashed around, potentially by the body of water of Cripple Lake, and that wind sweeping through, and even the river at your backside.
Excellent. I'm going to do the same exact thing back.
Get going.
It's a little mud skipper on the water just flopping.
All right, and you run back.
Just get a look, say nothing, just nod.
He did it.
No big deal. I did see the giant tower. There's a big tower.
Oh yeah?
The big rock tower. It's growing green. It's glowing green over there.
Did it look like it was like good, bad?
It looked like it was made out of just a big, like it was a mountain, but it was just a stone piece, and it was green. Also, a lot of big things were just trembling around there. They weren't armor. It scared me. And I ran away. Because, I'm a winner.
Oh, you must have seen. Oh, that's where the shadow bat comes from.
The shadow, what?
When it gets dark, it goes and hunts.
For small things under 3 feet.
Well, I've seen it hunt the frogs and the lizards. Usually, you don't go out when it's dark. Get into their shelters.
When is it dark?
Plot hole.
Looks towards the tree, touches, reaching out towards the tree. The eyes slightly glow with the purple and pink cackling lightning. Stretches
We
and
gotta
looks towards
talk
you all.
about that.
It won't be dark for a
Retcon.
while.
Okay. Do you think you could just check in with us when it's gonna be dark soon?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a question about the frog people.
We're gonna drill time. That's gonna be something we want.
How big are they? The frog people and the lizard people.
Well, the lizards are like, I mean, how tall are you?
I'm about 6'1".
What's 6'1"?
No way that's in there. There's no way. Absolutely no way.
How tall are they compared to Wingsaw?
I'm pretty tall.
Yes. Well, they would be a little bit shorter than you. about this much.
Okay.
And then the frogs, they're pretty short. They're about here. Points down to your basically your waist.
Oh, damn.
So about paths and mines.
And you said the frogs like shiny things, correct?
Yes, they do.
And
You always
that,
want to
I
make sure
have
you bring
shiny
shiny.
things,
that explains why they have a Project Gilded Stone.
and I dig through my pocket and I use minor illusion and I make a shiny thing. It's so shiny that you can't actually see it. It's just shiny.
That looks excellent.
Are we no longer going across the river?
Not for now. No, we get some insight, and we are going to be heading to the frogs instead.
All right.
Figure we need to check in with the frogs before we cross the river and deal with all of the evil over by Crepple Lake.
Okay.
I think
Yeah, that's
things
good.
already asleep.
I never go there. There's a lot of the dead that walk, and it's very scary. We're not
You
allowed
said
to
right.
go
we're-
there.
Over by Crepple Lake. That
Ah.
tracks. They keep making more dead to walk, so
If we're to go to the frogs, um, most likely have to uh, go around that tower over there. Points towards the
yeah.
west. I don't think we should go near it though. So might be a little bit longer.
Yeah. You know what?
Right.
That's fine.
What's wrong with the tower?
Yeah,
What?
What's wrong with the tower?
Well, I'm forbidden to go there, and I know you're adventure and all, but if you're not going there, then maybe I don't have to take you there.
no, that's
But-
understandable.
That's fair. Is that tower forbidden because it's evil, or just sort of forbidden?
Just told not to go there.
Okay, we might need to circle back to that
Do
one,
you
but
know
okay.
what? Do you know what it is?
Do you know what a tower is?
That one
Well,
she knows.
yes, that's the tower. Yes, I've
Yes.
seen it.
Do-
It's
do
tall,
you-
black stone.
Do you know what it does? So if there's anything in it?
Like glowing in any way?
I have no idea. There's water that falls from high above. It falls
Okay.
down.
Okay. Yeah, full disclosure, on the way back from the frogs, we may need to check that out.
You sure?
Not necessarily, but it's a possibility. We are trying to find these rocks. Towers are a good possible place
Towers are a good possible place for what?
for people to put rocks.
We're looking for pieces of a black stone.
Can we show her the stone?
Okay. Gilga pulls that shows. Oh. I think King Muck has that. Well, something
Yes,
like that. I mean,
Yes.
it's more crude than that, but I've seen it around King Muck's neck.
Yeah. Very
Yes.
helpful. Thank you. We are going to need to get that from him, full disclosure, one way or another. And
That's very threatening.
I just want you to emotionally prepare. We're going in to try to ask for it. But we
The
do need it.
implication.
Are we
We
going?
do
Are
need
we
it.
just looking there, or are we going in there?
We're just looking to start.
We're just. I don't know
We
if I
will
want to
for
just
sure need shiny things then. I mean,
I have
Oh, yeah.
there's
shiny
no
things.
way that
We-
we can get into their village or the community unless we can ride on the backs of their toads or their boards.
I have.
I don't
have
even know how to
shiny
process
things.
that, but we do need shiny things. Do you have any shiny things, Trish?
I haven't collected. I didn't expect to go see them.
I'm
Here's
just
a
gonna
question.
reach
Can
into
you
my
collect
bag.
while we're sleeping?
Um,
But like safely and coming back safely.
I don't usually get shiny things around here. I usually go and trade with the lizards, or I go salvage from Ivride Lake.
Oh, hold on. How about this? And I go into my bag and I get my silver ring out. Be like, is this shiny enough?
Yes, that should be plenty shiny.
Perfect.
Good, awesome.
Wing song. Yes.
What?
That's
I
good.
quite literally pull out like a gold piece, and I
Oh,
just
shit,
use
yeah,
minor
we've got
illusion
gold.
to just make it.
Oh
Look
yeah,
like
we
a
literally
shiny
have
thing
gold.
does.
Oh,
I just-
that's shiny as well.
Excellent. Okay.
I'm gonna
We're-
pull out a stale piece of bread.
I'm gonna cast
Not
minor
so
illusion
much.
on it to make it shiny.
If you want to talk to King Muck, um, I will say that King Muck really likes spoons and
Okay.
forks.
Okay.
Okay.
Shiny,
Shiny
ones.
spoons and forks, or just
Shiny
spoons and
spoons.
forks?
Okay.
Shiny spoons and forks.
Can we put Gilga to work
Yeah, I was just about to say, give him some gold.
fashioning spoons and forks?
Yep.
Give him some gold, you know.
With what material?
Okay.
With gold.
Yeah.
We have gold.
Well, no,
Did I
I
give
just,
one of you guys a
I'm not-
fork?
You gave me a
I
spoon.
really think.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we
That's
have a
right.
spoon. We have a spoon.
That's right.
I'll go ahead and take this spoon out. I don't remember what kind of spoon it is, but I have a spoon.
Just
Is it a metal spoon, wooden spoon, rock spoon?
hope it's at least a metal spoon.
I think it's a metal spoon. That's why
Metal
it was a
spoon.
gift because it was extra cool.
Spoon.
Is it
That's
shiny,
shiny.
enough?
That's shiny as well. That'll work.
Okay,
Awesome.
and it's a
See, I'm
spoon.
prepared, guys.
Is this spoon gonna get us a conversation? Do you think?
Regifter.
Okay,
at least
excellent.
Shit.
at least a deal. King Muck is all about deals. It's,
Great.
I'm pretty
you
good
give
at the
something,
deals.
you get something.
Yes. Fair, full disclosure. So are we. Sometimes our deals are a little more physical, but
What does that mean?
You could say it is.
What's-
You could
what
say
does that
our
mean?
deals are in
Physical deals.
As to say, I'm not sure
They-
about
they-
this
they
after
are-
that.
I give you
deals.
pass.
Yeah,
Are we not
More-
doing phrasing anymore, people?
that's where I'm going with that, like physical deal.
This
So
is
when
bad.
Physical deal. I give you pass.
Just like give him a
It's-
nice, like a really good
I'm
bath.
thinking
It's
it's
like all
more
shiny.
of like a. It's more of like an interdisciplinary. It's more like you give us that, and we don't hit you.
We make it like an ordeal for them, you know?
Got him.
You're gonna hit King Muck?
No.
No,
No.
we're not
Because
going
that's what
to.
we want.
Why
If
did
he
you say
gives
this
us
in the first
the
place?
rock. Because I
It
need
wouldn't
her
be
to
the
be
first thing I
emotionally
wanted to hit.
prepared because I don't want her to be suddenly surprised.
I don't want to
He's
hit
suddenly
a.
surprised now.
I
Yes,
don't want to hit a
that was-
frog king.
Now is an appropriate time to be surprised. In the middle of combat is not.
He's the only one. He's
Combat?
the only,
Why would we?
I really.
Trish.
he's
Trish.
the only
Frog
frog
people
king
are
I know.
sweet.
Trish.
I'm gonna
Trish.
I'm gonna walk up to Naira and just like kind of like put my hands on it, like slowly pushing her back. It's like, Naira, you're not good at talking either. You're just like Wingsong.
The
do you mean? I'm
cleric
really
who
good at
counsels
talking.
people
So
who's
I want you to
asleep
know.
would be great for this.
Naira, maybe you should put regicide in those cards.
I will eventually sit. I just want you to know that that hurts and I'm mad at you.
Yeah,
Trish.
why did you compare me to her?
Trish, we're not gonna hurt the frogs, but I cannot express how important it is we get that rock.
You both
I-
lacked tact.
I won't harm the frog people.
And
Neither will
No
I.
one wants you to harm the frog people.
we're not gonna harm them either unless they attack us first, which I highly doubt will happen unless somebody here gets antsy for some reason.
Naira.
Meanwhile, Thothig's just lying there. He's smiling to himself, listening to this chaos.
And Wingsong, you're just gonna stay quiet because you're gonna say something that's gonna upset everybody.
Never say anything that upsets. Actually, you know what? I'm still gonna hold it against you guys.
So, are you
freaked out,
tired?
Ruben, and I calmed him down.
So is it past your bedtime? You seem like you're tired. Are you tired? You are a growing boy. It feels like you're getting a little spicy. Do you need to go to bed?
Do you need a little nappy time?
I will freeze both of you.
And I will resist.
Fire. Hot.
If you want to go for a nap, Wingsong, just say something. I'm just gonna stand behind him, slightly smaller, looking menacing.
I'm just
You're like
leaning up
trying
against
to
the
reach
tree
for my
high
neck.
as fuck.
It's time for lights out.
Is it like a massage? Can you give me like a massage?
We're naked joke.
Well, I think we've had enough time to rest.
We haven't rested at all.
You haven't even rested yet.
No,
You
we-
really
we've
should
been-
take a
We've been
nap.
s-
We've been standing here
yeah,
talking.
you
Sitting
guys
here
have been sitting
talking.
Yeah,
forever.
you're flapping your gums.
And-
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
but it's still daytime. We were.
It's
literally
always
told it's
daytime,
still-
so
No, but this is out of character. We were
Oh.
literally told it's not night. It's not going to be nighttime for a few more hours.
Yeah.
Because
we
you know,
continue
You
on.
don't
he can
do
literally touch a tree and say, "Hey, I know what time of day it is."
Oh yeah,
Well,
because like
she
she
said
can,
it's
she
not
can,
for
like,
a
look
while.
above. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, because she can like look into the trees and then look outside.
We
We're
also
gonna work on time because
we
a
also-
while could be anything.
we also did just stop because you said you just wanted to rest for a moment, not like sleep.
Yeah, we were.
No,
I'm
no,
just
we
going
stopped
around.
so that we could do a long rest so Thothin could change his spells.
That's
that-
true.
We can.
Because he was
why
going to
don't
get us
we
across the
make-
water.
Well, why don't we make some more distance north so that we can at least be closer to the frogs before we take our rest? We still got a little bit of time.
We're still gonna have to like cross water, aren't we?
Yes, but I hope
Smaller
they're not
water.
as wide as it is here.
Also, the last one had a bridge.
We obviously can't trust the map anymore for how accurate it can be, but
Trisha, are there bridges over to the McClook?
The what did you say?
Frogs.
Is there
Muckluk?
bridges over
Frogs.
to the froggies?
Just-
Oh, the frog people. You said Muckluk. Yeah, that's what they call themselves.
It's Muckluk. It's not McCluck. It's Muckluk.
It's Muckluk.
No, it's like rain boots. Muckluk.
No, there's no bridge. It's all water.
It's fine.
Is it deep like the water?
It
Like
can get
extra
deep,
marshy.
yes. I
It
It should
usually,
be at least a little bit vernal because they're not gonna have anywhere to make
Well,
more frogs.
I
see-
usually
That's
ride
saying.
on one of their boards, and then one of them pulls me on a toad.
Oh, that's so sweet of them.
So they are nice. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
They are nice
They did.
people as long as you have shinies.
And we have a
You
lot of
don't attack 'em.
shinies.
Be as long as the part that makes me
You don't-
nervous.
And you don't threaten them.
If
Yeah.
No
Well,
plans to threaten.
We'll reach a river north of the tower, and from there, we'll have our shinies, and all you need to do is just hold them and you shake them. And they come out.
Like ding 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 ding, like little things.
Sure.
Adorable. Okay,
Oh my god.
There's a lot of them.
I believe that. I 100% believe that. All right, well, let's try to cover some more ground then.
Sure. Don't you
Do
need
they
to
like to
sleep?
play?
Thank you so much for remembering
No, we're
that.
fine.
Othic, do you need to sleep yet?
We could adventure on.
Thothin's
further.
lying there. He's close to out.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
probably
we're
is.
gonna. I
You
think
can
we're
just-
sleeping. I don't think that we've been
We
given.
can just kick him.
Hey, we could just wake him up.
I would rather not kick the dwarf and wake him up.
I'll do
I
it.
don't say anything about kicking.
Basil, do it right now.
Wingson,
No,
you
just-
literally just said we can kick him.
Motherfucker.
What are you doing?
We're talking.
Oh,
I guess
well, you've been doing a lot of that.
Oh, it never stops. Varys, do you want to keep going or stop?
I don't think Varys can tell which way his hand and his feet are right now.
Hey, bud, do you want to walk or do you want to sit?
I mean, not even I can see Varys straight.
Consider this like the favor thingy.
No.
Oh my god, he
You
owes
don't
you a
get-
favor
You
now.
don't
Yeah.
get to make passes.
You-
I would have done the favor for pass anyways.
Oh
That's
my
why the bet was
God.
pointless.
I know. It's
No,
really
you
cute.
wouldn't.
It's really sweet,
I
actually.
just got him to run across a river for no reason.
It was pretty cool. I like that. Thothic, are you... Hey, bud, do you want to sleep?
Hell.
All right. Trish, let's sit. Let's run some vocab.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna be time. I'm focusing this time around on like timekeeping,
What's a funny thing I can do?
weather, and household items. It's timekeeping, weather, and household items.
So as you begin to go through timekeeping first,
We're gonna sit in on the lesson.
it becomes apparent that for every 3 days, 1 day actually happens here.
That's a long time.
Every 3 days, one day
Yeah, this-
happens here.
So
Mental
you
note.
have,
I wrote
you
that on the
have
back of that.
literal
shirt.
hours and hours of actual daylight left.
Yeah. Excellent. I'm still letting Thothic sleep, so I'm still running vocab.
One.
But you're probably only going to get through the timekeeping, I would say,
That's
working
fine.
on that.
Hold on.
If that's the task at hand.
Wait.
That's fine. So we're just I'm trying to get to the point where we can establish not only how days work, but also like time as far as years. And trying to understand how old she is and like how old the things
Well,
around her are.
Yeah, no. The first thing to that is that time is completely different in the grove than it
Right.
is here.
Right. But she comes in and out of the grove.
Yeah, but they don't keep track of time within the grove, and so how old she actually is completely confusing to you in the way she's describing. Essentially, spends
Fair.
what you would refer to as days here, on a numerous occasion, and then also spends time in the grove, which is completely different from time.
Right. We'll work on it.
Too much.
I really just need to establish how these events are time wise in the marsh more than in the grove.
Okay.
So one of the things that the matriarch had referenced was it put it into a time that you understood. So the matriarch Selena actually understood your time
Yes.
and put it in context of years to your time.
Yeah. She said it was. What did she say? It was like.
It's over 700 years your time.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Go
one
meet
pouring the
frogs at
Kool-Aid.
night.
What's that?
We gotta go meet the frogs at night.
Yeah,
No.
you'll most likely get there at night.
We've been in here for it would be 2 days. It's either tomorrow's going to be night or the day after is going to be night.
How long does night last? The same amount, 3 days? Yeah, we're gonna meet them in the night. We should get moving.
At least we'll be in the. We were trying to.
He already passed out, okay?
Just wake him up. It's not like he can't be woken up.
No.
Okay, so
I
wait,
also don't feel like I can't carry Varys either.
where are we at in the daytime? In like the amount of daytime we have left.
If it's 3 to 1, then that means we were
know
here.
exactly.
We were here, and then we stopped. Now we're here again, and we stopped. And I don't know, depending on when the cycle when we walked in, it's either going to be nighttime here, 2.5, anywhere between here and the whole third day. We're either going to travel there at night and meet them at night, or we're going to go there and it'll turn into night and we leave at night.
I think we should shoot for the latter, which means that we should wake up the dwarf.
Well, either way, it doesn't matter because we're not making it there today, presumably.
It does matter a little bit because there are creatures that hunt at night.
I agree.
I'd rather be in somebody's territory. Although I don't know if they said they hunt the frogs. I know she said they hunt the lizards.
It just hunts everything. It hunted everything.
Great. We're gonna
And the
end up in
marsh.
that. I think we're gonna end up in that goddamn tower, hiding.
It's either going to be.
We're
So depending on when we entered the cycle, it's either going to be nighttime and anywhere between like guesstimating half a day to we have one whole time like day of daylight left.
So for those intelligent characters, if you're overhearing the conversation, which
I'm not.
That's not me either. We're trying to work this out on our own.
One of the things
We're workshopping.
that Trisha would mention in the timekeeping vocab here is that the time is different in the grove. And remember, you spent time.
Yes, so we have less time than we.
So you actually do not know where you are in that cycle.
Yeah, we don't know when we entered into the cycle.
Y'all are arguing over something that's irrelevant. We can't.
Don't know.
It's either going to be nighttime tomorrow when we wake up, or the day after.
Nighttime. We don't know.
Or it could be nighttime sooner than that. Is the point? Because we were in the
know,
grove.
all you know is that Trisha has said it will be night in a while, a long.
All we know is that.
And remember,
Okay.
Trisha doesn't sleep. It's
Yeah, we have no clue on what her time frame of
and so when
while
they're
is.
saying a while, it could be for you many hours.
All we know is that at some
Which
point
is
in
why
our adventures,
I'm working with Trish on minutes, hours, days, and
at
years.
some
This is
point-
this is gonna take way longer than just one little
I know.
sit down here
You
before
I
bedtime.
know.
So
She doesn't have the concept of time like that.
at
I know.
some
Well,
point,
I'm
at
gonna
some
keep
point,
working with
how many
her.
weeks of education to get
at
this
s-
character to
I'm-
know that?
at
I'm
some
aware.
point before we
I'm
reach the
aware.
frogs, it will be nighttime.
Guys, can we just go ahead and go to the frogs? It really doesn't matter. I imagine
Go
that they're
ahead.
probably
We've already
sleeping.
decided to take the rest.
Yeah,
because
Thing
she's
is
already
sleeping
started-
right now. Thing is
Thing's
literally
asleep.
asleep.
Literally,
I'm
He's the only one asleep. That does
I'm-
not mean the rest of us are.
I am easily on my third bowl by now. With you
Yes.
arguing.
I don't
She's
care.
Naira has
fuck are
already
we doing?
committed to teaching her. Therefore, that lesson time has already passed before we learn
And what the
about.
fuck are we
the hours.
doing?
Well, we're
We're
arguing over
sleeping.
nothing
Em,
like you always
sleeping.
do.
You're sleeping
always-
now.
I have come to the realization that it will be nighttime soon.
Which was irrelevant because we can't change
So that
it.
entire
It's not,
argument,
because now we know
entire-
what to expect.
entire discussion / argument was for nothing.
80% of the conversations
Yeah.
y'all have are
You
for
could
nothing.
Yeah.
could simply ask in a very simple way. Remember, talking in context, you could simply ask
Nope.
Trisha, "Will you reach the fog people when it becomes dark?"
What a great thing! We happen to have a person who can tell what the fucking
did-
time is.
God
Why didn't
speaking.
Why didn't you think of that then, huh? Come on,
I was
Winsong.
not paying
You,
attention.
Mr.
You
Mr.
could literally
17
just ask that. Will you
Mr.
reach the fog
17
people?
intelligence
Attention
over
to you
here.
guys blabbering on about
asked-
whether or not it's gonna be
I
dark
asked
or not.
Trish. I
God
asked
opens
Trish.
and speaks
Mr.
down upon you.
Mr.
It's like
Mr.
Monty
17
Python.
intelligence.
Here's out of nowhere.
Like,
Shut
I
up.
imagine the frogs are still going to be awake at night. It's not
Oh,
like
Yeah.
we're so smart.
That's
We're
not
so
what. That's not what the
character.
problem.
Awake or not?
That's not what the
That's not
problem
the
is. The
problem,
The
yeah.
problem
Yeah,
is the
that's
fact that
not our
she had,
concern.
Trisha had mentioned that there is some sort of
A hunter
creature
in the night.
that goes
We can kill it.
hunting at night.
Also, you're telling
Kill it.
Varys
Wing
to
Sung,
wait
you have a bow.
or to hurry up so they don't
Okay.
get hunted by the creature
All right.
that he
We're-
most likely wants to hunt them
Wants
so
to
you
hunt,
can hunt
yeah.
the
So,
creature.
You ask Trisha. will
Ask
you reach-
Trisha. I asked
ask
Trisha, I
You
do.
ask Trisha, will you reach the frog people before it gets dark? Trisha's response to you is that you'll reach the frog people before it gets dark.
Go team. We continue our lesson.
But once you
25
get to the
minutes
frog
later.
people, on the way to King Buck, it will be dark.
you
Okay.
have reinforcements. We have reinforcements if the
Again.
bird thing comes.
the frogs.
Yeah, the
When
frogs are gonna help
when
us.
you connect with the frogs and you get on the
Right.
boards, this has been described. There is travel time. This is a
Got
massive
it.
community on the water. That actually
Okay.
it will become dark on
During
the way,
that travel time.
but you will
Got
reach
it, got it, got it.
the destination of where Trisha is referring to.
Got it.
I'll hold up the shiny things. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes, it does.
All right. So we're
The
gonna
air-
go take a break. If you're watching the stream,
Woo!
thanks so much
Yeah.
for watching
Watch
the
the stream. We
stream.
hope we haven't lowered your IQ at all tonight.
We're gonna take
My
a break.
IQ has dropped below it was
is it-
before.
Can we take an intelligence point off Wingsong?
Why? Because I didn't want to listen to you guys argue for no
If
reason.
it was so obvious to ask her, why didn't you do it?
Because I wasn't paying attention to your guys' conversation. I was.
I love it. This is so great.
Yeah,
Me and
Okay.
Trish were having a great
Eating.
time. I was fine with Trish.
So we're gonna take a 10-minute break or so. So we'll be back about
Yeah.
6:24 p.m. PST. So if you're still watching, thanks, appreciate it, and we'll see you when we get back.
Bye.
I had a great time.
Bye.
We're having a blast.
Yes.
All right, come back into it. Welcome back. Thanks so much. As we
thought
get
they did just
going,
done arguing.
Not a brand sponsorship. Not
Michael
a
says
brand
he loves us
sponsorship.
most.
Sponsored by a piece
So-
of brisket I'm eating.
you all are here. Thothig is sleeping. You are on the bank of the river here, of the northern side of the Farron River. You have seen two objects, right? Two towers that are different than each other. One of which might relate to Siltoric Tower. The other one might be relating to Eurosatra. So you're getting that information, and then also as you had kind of made way across the river, and then you noted a structure that was in between the two towers. That's not a tower related to you. That was a structure that was in between, and that structure's on the northern side of Cripple Lake. And from that conversation of just describing it, immediately Trisha piped in. That's kind of where this creature comes from. This winged thing, and it goes hunting and stuff. And that's why you don't tend to go out at night. If you do, right, you need to be cautious and proactive. So, and Trisha didn't have any fear that it would be night, right? So one of the things, right, and then you all kind of went down the rabbit hole of being like, when is it going to be night? Trying to figure it out. Patricia was never frightened that when you talked about going to the frogs, still not frightened that it would be nighttime before getting to the frogs. Because going through the vocab before you get your long rest in here and get your actual rest, Trisha has stated that it is 3 days to one. Okay.
I'm gonna do a short rest to avoid exhaustion post vocab session.
I thought we were doing a nap time.
You're basically traversing through. So when you go through 3 days, so to speak, in the marshes, you have 1 day in the outside time. So that's why the cycle of light is significantly larger, because you're still relating it to the sun on the outside. Okay. So time, when we relate that to time is slower for you in relation to the outside. Okay? So, these big concepts. I generally tell players just to go with the flow! Feeling happy! Yeah, I mean, I like Varys's idea, smoking some bowls and just chilling out. Getting the rest.
I saw this one coming a long way.
So if you all want to...
knew this
there-
was going to be a problem.
Is there anything that anybody wants to do at this point before you take your long rest, before you go to sleep?
So it passed the fuck out while she was doing her little lecture.
Okay.
Sleeping in a tree now.
Sleeping in a tree? Okay. Sounds good. Well, Trisha, after this lesson that you provide in the area, is just going to be climbing up into a tree as well, and just kind of sits there and just looks out and just looks around and is keeping watch for you all.
I'm gonna go to sleep then.
Going to sleep as well. Everyone takes their long rests.
Snore, snore.
Trish does not wake you up. Does not say anything. Seems that nothing in particular has really happened. Say of movements and sounds and other things. Nothing was alarming to them that would be willing to wake you up. They kept keeping their watch and due diligence. They didn't report seeing anything either. And as soon as you wake up, she's just smiling. Watching you all as you rise.
So it just kind of like looks up at
How
her.
was your
Wait,
sleep?
oh, I was gonna ask if Thothin could possibly
You're
wake
good.
up a little earlier than everyone else.
That's fine. You went to bed earlier. I feel you. But
Okay.
remember trancing. So you have
Right.
to sleep
Yeah, good
full,
luck.
right? You have characters
Yeah.
that are already awake.
Yeah, I'm
technically
pretty
because
much
of trance.
already
So-
going.
But I mean,
Well-
yeah, you could, let's say that you got your 3 long rest first, and they're kind of chilling,
Right.
and maybe I don't know what you're attempting to accomplish though.
No, Thothin's gonna look and see if Trisha's by herself. He's going to walk over and sit next to her.
She's in a tree.
Oh. Let her walk up to the tree.
Climb.
And, how high up is she in the tree?
23 feet.
Probably climb that.
All right.
I'll climb up and get next to her.
Okay. Make an athletics check.
All right.
Barrett's
Did
just
you
going to
write-
lean over
Did
to
you write
Naira and be like,
your-
that dwarf climbed in a tree?
Wait.
I cannot wait to see him fall.
Is he actually making an athletics check?
It has to, because wearing armor and also as a heavier stature character.
Oh, okay.
Guidance called. All right, give me the guidance. 10. Roll a d4.
Oh my
Ferris, you want
god.
to smoke?
Oh, jeez.
11. The
Yeah,
athletic
with
check
the-
is successful, right?
you
You're
hit
able to
some
climb the
awakey
tree. It's
in the
not
morning.
difficult.
Yeah,
right?
I
Just
think
the
we
check
should-
has to be pride for you. So you get up eventually,
Yeah.
getting up on the branch. Trisha just kind of moves on the branch and sits down and stares
Oh,
as you're
thank
kind
you.
of holding on, getting onto the larger part of the branch. Now they're on the thinner
Oh.
part, just staring at you.
Yeah. Dwarves are better at going, down in the earth rather than going up trees. So it's a little tough.
Ooh, ooh.
I've never seen a
So,
dwarf.
I'm the first dwarf you ever met.
I guess I didn't know that's what you call you're a dwarf.
Well, I
I thought you were
Hey.
just like a taller and well a fatter version of what Ruben is. And
Oh,
well,
okay.
your friend down there.
I see what you're saying, and I guess since you don't know much about all this guy, so so in the wider world, folks like myself, a little taller than those folks, were called dwarves. We usually have a lot more hair too, strokes his beard. Those folks, like my smaller friend there, Ruben, they're known to other people in the world as halflings. Now, I actually don't know where the word came from and I had applied to them, but it stuck, and that's what we call them. All right?
Okay.
And folks like them, yeah, they don't, get quite as big as, folks like me or folks like a point like Naira or them, so that's the distinction is generally, they're smaller sized and all.
Oh, okay.
So I tell you a little secret. I wasn't quite fully asleep when you all started talking about like the length of the days and all that. And I kind of heard a part about having a bit of a tussle with the frogs and the king. And I heard that upset you a bit.
Yeah.
They're not so good at expressing certain things too well. Okay. We're not looking to get into any fight with anyone, like they said. The problem is when you go out in the world, like past Norfolk, out to Fort Faring, where we came from, other places where other people like dwarves and humans and all that live, people don't always get along so well. And sometimes they say mean things to each other. And sometimes they end up even hitting each other because they get really angry. That's really not a good way to do things. And
Sometimes they're in your
unfortunately,
party.
hey, you're not here. Unfortunately, because we've encountered that a little bit, it kind of stuck with them. And I don't know what gave them the idea that it was a good thing to say that, sometimes we make deals where we tell people we won't hit them unless they do what we ask. But that's not something we should normally just go out there and say. What we really want to do, like I said, is just go up and meet these nice fog folks and explain to them that we're doing something that, I don't know, might be saving the world. We don't know because not exactly sure what
So
all going
that's
on
what your
here.
adventure is? Saving the world?
Could be less.
Wow.
We don't really know.
Oh, you don't know what your adventure is?
Well, that's one of the strange things about this. Is that supposedly there's some prophecy about what we're doing, but we're not allowed to know what it is. So I don't know. Maybe we're
See,
prophesized to save the world.
it's
Maybe
kind
we're.
of like how I'm told not to go to the tower, but I don't know what it does.
It's exactly like what it is. Yes, that's a very good comparison. The problem is sometimes we just stumble right into situations that are bad, and we got to work our way out of them. Hopefully, we won't end up, going in that tower because of it. We'll go right around that, no problem.
Well, we'll try. And I mean,
Right?
if you all want, I mean, if you want to hit something, you can always hit the dead that walks. I'm told that that's perfectly okay, and I've had to hit a couple of them.
Actually, let's do something a little better than hitting. See, Have you ever heard what a cleric is?
No.
Ah, well, you see, I've kind of given over my life to working for this guy named Pelor. He's a god like your Talus, right? Because of
Okay.
him, because I, spread the word about him and try to encourage folks to, do good things. He helps me do certain magics. One of those is making sure that the dead stay dead. Those folks walking around in there, they're not dead. That's not right. It shouldn't be happening. I'm the one who makes sure it doesn't go on.
Wow.
So
Well, I can
trust me,
do a little bit more than just hit things too. I
you do
sometimes,
magic, right?
well, yeah, sometimes when I get uh, kind of scared,
Mm-hmm.
I throw um, electricity, lightning from my hands.
Ah, all right. Is it just that one person, or does it like, I see
Just
sometimes lightning hits things, it goes around.
it shoots out in a
All right.
line.
Ah, all right. I think I've seen that done. I could come in real handy if things go bad.
A few others too. I can trap them in vines, stop your
Okay.
footfalls.
Yeah, saw you did that before. That was very useful.
I can put my skin to bark,
All right.
and I can talk to critters.
Have I have anything interesting to say?
They're mainly just scared. A lot of times they're just surviving.
I understand. All right. I'm gonna go down there, wake them all up, and
Okay.
get moving. I'm gonna
Oh,
cross this river.
that one. What's their name? Points towards Nair.
Oh, her, Naira.
Oh yeah, Nair. Yeah, the one's teaching me. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I spent while you were sleeping. I've been trying to figure out the time and how that works for you. And I was thinking about how long you're in the grove, and you know. So, Ruben, if I spent one of your days, um, in the grove, it would be 10 days for Ruben.
Oh. And that would be from when Reuben describes the sun coming up and then going down and then coming up again
Yes,
as one day.
10
10 of those.
times. Mhm.
Hey, okay. So, all right. So if we go through one day in here, for us, it'd be 10 of those. All right.
Well, if we go through it, we have
No,
if we
Grove.
Well,
3 days in the marshes is one day for Ruben.
dude. Oh, but in the grove. Okay, so it's
In the
different here in the marsh, different in the grove. Wow, it's different in each place.
Yes,
Ah, all
I
right, all
spent
right. I see
all
what you're saying.
the whole time you were sleeping. I've been figuring this out.
Ah, well, you
Look,
did very well.
points towards the tree bark behind you, and you see a bunch of different numbers
I'm
and
so
things
Oh.
so
inscribed into
proud. I'm
it.
so proud of her.
This is what you've been doing. To figure,
Yes,
all
and it keeps going.
right,
You keep
all
looking up the tree, and you see many dozens of feet calculations.
right. Okay.
So proud.
So, all right. So then whereabouts in this whole cycle would you say we are for the
Um,
march?
well, we should reach the frogs by the end of
The end of the march day?
it'll be the end of the marsh day by the time we reach the frogs, which will be night.
All right.
It'll
I'm so proud.
be the end of 3 days.
the 3 days. All right. And then there'll actually be nighttime in the marsh. It'll get dark.
Yes, for 3 days.
And then the dark for 3. All right. Is it bad to be out at night here?
Yes, we don't want to be out. The night will
So
be
we need to
potentially be hunted, but I have never traveled at night.
generally travel at night's not a great idea wherever you are. We're gonna have to find a place to hunker down for 3 days. Maybe with the frogs if we can get there soon enough.
Good.
All right. Let's go tell the others. We should probably start moving now. For the
Okay.
things. Jump out of the tree. Just drop straight to the ground.
Jump.
Yep.
You're like
Go.
23 feet in the air.
Yep.
All right.
He's not gonna. He can't climb. I don't think that's.
It's also muddy, marshy ground, so I hope he
Take-
sinks in.
9 points of bludgeoning damage. Falling.
Tell me at
You
least
know,
one.
hey,
Crashing
least-
down.
At least 1 foot gets stuck in the muck.
Is it like Robin Williams and Flubber? He just falls in.
Yeah.
It's just the hands.
Yeah.
The loud of him hitting the ground is probably what
Massive
wakes
enough
up
probably to
the
wake
circle.
everyone up.
Like
Yep. That's
Like
the idea.
the sound of punching Jello.
Yeah,
People's elbow,
Nair
the dirt. Just
and Varys were just waiting to see how he figured out how he was going to get down.
Oh my God, he
Just
made it
passing
out
a
of the
ball back and
tree.
forth.
I genuinely thought he was just gonna fall out.
Well, I'm glad he didn't ask us to catch him because that wasn't
Would-
happening.
Couldn't have possibly. Would not have.
what? You never seen a dwarf jump out of a tree before?
I've never
Absolutely
seen a
not.
dwarf climb a tree before.
Yeah, I
Oh,
didn't
good.
think
There's
your little
2 new
legs
things
could
for
do
you in
it.
one day.
Technically, it's 3 days, but whatever.
Alright,
Just
look.
easily climbs out of the tree.
Trish, I am so impressed. You worked all of that out. That took a lot of time.
I had a lot of time. I've just been waiting.
That's
Creepy.
Ooh.
Why do we trust her again?
She stared at us for
she did a
14
good
hours.
job.
Oh, fair enough.
I feel like if she wanted us dead by this point, she probably could have killed us.
I know she had a lot of aforementioned time.
Just playing the long game.
She
Trish,
also seems like a
Yes,
very
he is
peaceful
our
person who
guide.
didn't really understand the idea of hitting people. So.
Trish, give your brain a kiss. You did a really good job with all this.
How do I do that?
Just
You
kiss your
don't.
hand, and then you just touch your head, and it sends that kiss right in there.
That-
Wow. Whoa.
Oh my god.
You deserve it. You worked hard.
Thanks.
I never wanted to leave school before.
You're not in school.
It feels like I am.
You're not getting rewarded. Is that why it feels like school?
No, it feels boring as fuck.
Are we going?
Yeah, we're gonna go.
All
right.
Everyone's awake.
Let's head out then. Trisha begins to walk off.
We spent like
I'm following
Heading-
Trish.
Heading north and then the western direction, kind of making an arc, right, as you begin to pass through. So we don't need to obviously waste too much time, but you're traveling a good number of miles here, okay? Similar distance as far as travel time. You're eventually at the end of this day, you will be getting your exhaustion as far as how many miles you're traveling. As you're moving through the trees and such, you come eventually after a number to you, again, you're getting lost in time, but a number of miles perhaps as you're getting lost. The shadowy figures towards your west, mainly in the actual kind of river that you're hearing in rushing water at your backside now, but you're continuing at a distance. And so you're avoiding the tower, maybe the surrounding of the shadows and things that you saw before, right? And so you're kind of avoiding that. The bioluminescent plants continue, the fungi continues with the grasses, but the trees eventually end as you're kind of spilling into the riverbank, a river tributary that's a fast-moving body of water that's going through, and it's roughly about 13 feet in its actual width. As you come through, it doesn't seem like it's very deep, and Trisha notes that by just simply walking across it. And as they're walking across, they're getting hit by the water, and so they pull out the stick, and it grows in their hands, and they kind of use it to help them get across. And as they cross, you notice it's like kind of a rocky bottom upon your feet. You know, it's not really necessarily like a marsh would be swampy and wet, soaking into the mud. And the waterway itself, the water is not black. It's not pigmented black. It's actually quite clear. And so as you're going across as well, Trish is actually scooping up some of the water and drinking it. It's the first time you've actually seen them consume food or water, and so they're kind of getting the water that seems to be fresh and easy to drink. Upon getting to the other side, there's no trees on the other side. It's simply traditional, slightly swamp. It's about foot, half to a foot actual of water, and it ranges to about 2.5 feet as well in the intermixed of grasses. So you're moving through grass and reeds and other sorts of things, and some get tall enough you can't see anything, and then they begin to droop down, and Trish is just simply pressing through. At this stage, the creatures that you once heard within the actual forest region have subsided, right? You don't hear the songbirds and the other kind of little critters and things that you had back there. Instead, it kind of changes to a little bit of a wind kind of gusting through, uh, and the sounds of essentially kind of the water, right? As you're kind of mucking through, boots and your feet getting stuck every once in a while. And eventually, Trisha takes you to a place that's dry. You're tired now, fatigued. Getting to this place that's dry, kind of move up in elevation. The grass is still about 3-4 feet around you, kind of forming around in a spherical of about 15 to 20 foot radius. And you have the first sense of dryness to it. It's just a kind of a piece of mud that's dried out with rock and those sorts of brambles of actual roots of the grass is kind of holding together. And that's when Trisha kind of looks to you all and is that hear now the sounds of rushing water from another tributary on the other side of the swamp that you have made your way through. Passive perceptions, Nothing. Varus, you both getting your passive perceptions here as you're making way, and I think that we also have paths. A great number of you honestly have enough, I think, passive perceptions to be able to kind of tell this out. But there are figures around you at the stage. Not following you, but you hear splashes of water from the river, from the tributary that you're kind of hearing ahead of you in feet in distance. And they're kind of splashing, making large amounts of noise, and then crashing into grass and then slowly stopping, right? So that's what you're hearing. And as they kind of come, they're kind of shifting through the grasses, and immediately you hear frogs, sounds, just massive amounts of ribbits and cloaks. And they're making it to each other. And they're just kind of creating this uniform sense of just croaking and ribbiting to each other and communicating. And so you're at the space, and this is where Trisha kind of looks towards you, and it's time to you have shinies. This will be the time.
Shinies.
I'm gonna reach into my bag and I'm gonna pull out a gold coin.
Varus,
Uh,
spot
Yeah.
me a shiny.
I'm
yeah,
gonna
He's have 3
Hold it
gold
up
and
and
he
wave
holds
it
it in his
around.
hand and starts shaking them.
I'm gonna use minor illusion and make a shiny ball of shiny.
Do we have to chum the waters?
I don't think so. But here's a gold coin.
You're muted,
you.
Haley. So we can't hear you. Can't hear you.
I think you muted your actual headset itself.
Yeah.
What about now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah, it's a tiny button, but it doesn't show it as muted on my
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just-
no, it doesn't. 2 separate new options.
Yep.
So you're all holding out the objects, right?
Holding
Grabbing
out
your
gold.
shiny
I'm
things.
gonna
holding them
ding
out.
mine if it catches light and glints.
Okay. Catching a little bit
the
of the
spoon
light.
is for the guy.
This is a coin. I have money.
I know the spoon. Remember, is for the king.
Oh, okay. Wait, yeah.
You're holding out your
I
shiny
have it.
things. The light at this point is beginning to
Good
turn.
question,
You
Mr.
just now notice it coming out of the actual grass, and it's slow change. It's beginning to kind of slowly change in light. Holding up the shiny things, rustling, more ferocious croaks. Slowly
Can
one
you give
jumps
this
out.
one?
Jumps out as it does. 2 large bulbous eyes protrude outwards. Punches down, has a spear in the hands, kind of patchwork armor on with like fish bones and scales. Stairs, roughly 3.5 to 4 feet height. Bulbous. Begins to croak out. It's croak, 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 croak.
Thothig reaches in his pocket, he rubs a clay figure, and he casts tongues on himself.
What's
Okay.
he cast?
Tongues!
Casting tongues.
He can speak
And,
their
uh,
language.
Oh no.
I look down and say,
Tongues.
Greetings, Master Frog. But I know your name, if you have one.
Tim. Name Tim.
Greetings, Tim. My name's
Shiny.
Thothig. Oh,
Ground.
you mean this?
Ground. Shiny. Raises.
I held out the three coins in my hand. That what you're looking for?
Ground.
Oh, sure. Set them down on the ground.
Jumps. Lands at your feet. Begins to pick the coins. Puts it into the mouth. See him.
That's not good for your
See him
tummy.
right there at the sack below, right, falling into a
Oh my
pouch of
God.
some kind, like a pelican.
It's not
More
biological.
shinies.
Confuse me.
Looks towards your friends.
Hey, everyone, put your shinies on the ground.
There you go.
Yes, drop.
I just
Flip it.
gently like crouch and put it down.
Popping two between, throwing them into the gullet. Eventually, it's so heavy, it's just kind of weighted down, drooping towards the
Oh,
chest.
bud.
Turns around, jumps into the grass.
Gothic, do we have to buy
Hey.
everyone?
What do you mean by everyone?
Is this just a not getting speared thing, or are we gonna get a ride? Did you
Well,
ask?
I haven't had a chance to ask yet.
Okay.
Give it a word.
Just
Let's
checking.
see, was
Master
this-
Tim.
Was this a licensed cab that we just paid, or?
Yeah, was this? Did they have a actual? Did they have the sticker, or was
Sure.
this?
You're shifting
you
of
guys
coins,
Master.
shifting of weight, shifting of things. Eventually, Tim jumps back out.
Master Tim. Might we be allowed entry to your community?
Pulls out a small fishbowl. It's about 1 inch in length. Sets it down on the ground. Moves the hand. Take.
Alright. I'll slowly reach down, pick up the fishbone, hold it with my fingers. Thank you.
Take the
Funny
head.
would have been if he just came with wristbands.
Trish, what was the king's name again?
King Muck.
King Buck. Tim. I realize this may be a bold question, but we were hoping we'd get to meet King Muck. Will that be possible? Muck.
Muck. And I'll begin to go muck, muck, eating in unison. Easily 7 dozen of these creatures inside of the grass. They're all in unison croaking the same thing. Muck.
That's a lot of gold.
I start pumping my fist in the air. Muck! Muck!
Tim grabs your hand, begins to pour
I think
the
he's-
grass.
Oh.
He's gonna need it.
I thought we were going to have to bribe them all.
I don't. This feels okay.
Coming into the grass, eventually get to the bank. The creatures all jumping in around you into the water. All of the dozens of them just jumping in. You see there are boards, almost as if they're like rafts, kind of makeshift with rope and different lashings and things. Immediately, these toads begin to pull themselves out of the actual water, massive and giant inside. They are being roped by the frog creatures' spears. Takes the spear and points towards the rafts to you all as well. Muck! Muck! Muck!
Got it.
Muck.
Message
Yeah.
message received. Getting
Yeah,
on.
I think that should be pretty obvious.
Yeah,
Frogs are riding the toads?
that's wild. The toads are hanging
you
out
wanna
in the
run
water.
Across the river?
Yeah.
You want to run across the river pass?
I could.
I don't think you can run several miles.
It might be longer, yeah, it might be a bit longer than just what you did
Don't know
across
what
the
I'm.
river.
You don't know what I'm capable of.
You
Pop
can just
it on a raft.
keep getting
Yeah,
off and on
for-
the raft.
Paz, for sake of social
Oh,
interaction.
I'm hopping on the raft.
Yeah, okay, good.
I don't want to. I
now
already
through
proved
the
myself.
grass, seeing the rafts and their size, they're very small. They're not very large. Maybe two tops upon each of the rafts. There's only 3 of them, and potentially Trisha, as far as riding on, maybe getting a third can happen with the weight distribution. But across the river, all you're seeing is a little bit of grass, and the river tributary is just kind of spilling in. Right, it's kind of filling the void in space. Noting that the swamp is just going to continue, and eventually it's going to be almost like open water. Patches of grass that are tall enough to maybe come outwards of it as the water is just kind of spilling across just essentially what is the northwest side of the entire marshes. Miles of this. As you get upon the rafts, the rickety, you're basically falling off of them. You're having to like kind of crouch down and kneel down, hold on to. Potentially the more dexterous fellows are able to kind of stand up if they attempt to try. Immediately the toads begin to move as soon as you hold on. Tim jumps into the water and disappears. Notice that you don't see frogs until they kind of poke their heads up above the water every so often, jumping down below. They stay in the water. It's where they like to be. So you don't see them above until they actually are attempting to look at you all and stare at you. And then as soon as they come up, they go, muck, and they just continue that same phrase of muck, muck, muck. And you continue to press on. The night begins to overtake. Now in conditions, just going to advance the time clock to register the actual conditions of the light. Okay, so the time has no relevance right now as far as the game clock. And you get to a place in the community as you begin to pass through. Activating the scene, begin to pass through the community, filled with these large kind of branch huts, mud huts. It's kind of covered with this dry reed over top of them. They stand only about maybe 2.5 feet actually above the water line. You hear the splashings from within as well as around them. There is no doors in these huts. There's no anything. So you're kind of questioning how they get in, but you recognize, oh, these creatures swim. They must swim underneath and get in underneath them. Around are these platforms. They're just kind of they're kind of floating, right? Made of makeshift wood and pieces that they've kind of found of branches that slash together and with rope of reed that they're kind of doing. These creatures, even at nighttime, they're kind of taking the spears that they have and they're looking into the water as they're fishing. They also have nets, pots that they use, traps that they use on the actual platforms. There's inside of the grasses. You notice that there are more toads that are being rode by the creatures as well. They have spears and they're just looking in the sky. They're staring in the sky, on the toads, in the grasses, looking. As if they are waiting for something, or to defend, call out, warn, something. Upon this space, you begin to be escorted up to a central part of the community, which actually light is currently coming from. You have not seen any light at all, except from this structure at nearby the center of the community. You are fatigued at this point. You're exhausted. You can attempt to rest if you'd like for a short rest upon the actual boards, but you are unable to successfully take a long rest, as the journey itself is too harsh for that, as you're having to balance and hold on to this or fall into the water. The first thing that comes to your mind, in that it makes sense these creatures are able to survive. They almost have an impenetrable position against creatures unless they swim. So there's no way that these creatures could potentially be taken out by undead, as they are amphibious, camouflaged, under the water, and swim faster than the undead can move through it.
Should be like rest a little bit, guys. It's pretty tiring right now.
So, being brought forward, if you want to roleplay retcon on the journey here, right? Again, time distortion, but you've gone a great distance here. You can always speak about it, roleplay or such. The frogs don't communicate to you any longer. They're just repetitive in that muck as they take you to the central dwelling that sits on a mud pile. It's about 2 feet above the water line. Inside, wooden logs support a 10-foot ceiling height. Braided vine rope suspends, giving anchoring points to the hide and mushroom-covered roof. Upon reaching this space, I'm not going to move tokens. It's kind of redundant, so I'm just going to move yours as far as the space. So I'm going to go ahead and start warping you over towards the shelf of the actual mud where you can stand without going directly into the water. This would be relevant. There's a kind of a shelf about 10 feet of the mud that you can stand without being completely submerged in the water. Inside of this space, as you begin to funnel in, so I'm going to go ahead and start moving tokens so you have vision in order to be able to see what I'm describing to you. Hooks dangle from the actual anchoring points, the roof-like structure that they have, construct the hide and the mushroom-covered roof, and they dangle with many fish. You count over 4 dozen these large trout-sized fish, and they're just kind of dangling and hanging down from these braided hooks that they make out of the same fish bones that you were kind of handed, at much larger size as well. So they're ranging in different sizes there. Around the wooden logs, these kind of beams that kind of support the ceiling are rounded kind of planked tables. These frog creatures sit in chairs, drinking around them from these clay-looking bowls. They're just kind of drinking from them. It seems to be some sort of kind of white-gray liquid. There are 2 large wooden tubs filled with clean and immaculate water. And they're sitting on either side of a plush white silk and cotton chair with golden leafed accents. Underneath the chair are piles of gold and treasure. The figure that is sitting down on this chair is a 2.5-foot taller frog creature. So this creature currently stands roughly at 5.5 feet in its height, sitting on a plush chair, which is
Got spoons in his hat.
he wears a piece of lizard hide armor over his obscenely large belly and frame. The eyes are large and slightly beady when the lids are half closed. His many trinkets of bones dangling about a vine belt. Holds a crooked and ashen lizard hide coated spear staff.
Whoops, sorry.
Upon his head is a crown of silver spoons and golden forks. Around the neck is a silver amulet with an odd black gemstone etched into it. Sits down, delivered from the boats. Muck, 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 they continue. And they begin to pull the boats away. They don't go inside to speak. They're just continuing muck. Now, the frogs inside turn and look towards you, snapping the eyes. Muck, 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 they're continuing. And they're looking towards King Muck as they're snapping their eyes back and forth, some moving them independently.
As a fellow person who was once royalty, I'll do the talking.
Let's see
Muck,
what we
muck, 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 muck.
Trish, do you know if he speaks our
Sophie
language?
rolls his eyes
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to step on it.
and he'll cast tongues again.
Muck, muck, muck. I'm just gonna go to everyone and say muck and bow.
To every single one.
Muck. Well, like all the ones on like the right side I'm passing.
Long tongue unfurls, begins to creak and move. The chair's obscene belly begins to stand upright.
Trish, come on.
Muck.
Trisha
Muck,
slowly begins to walk in, looking around, unsure. Right, just kind of slowly comes up.
It's cool. It's good.
I like the music.
Sophie, when he
Speaks
Yeah,
in
music.
speaks in common.
Oh.
I am King Muck of the Muck Rock.
Love
Muck,
that.
muck.
Thothic will bow. Pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. But he's gonna hear Thothic speaking in their language.
Do I hear Thothic just say muck?
Simply holds out the frog-like hand and just extends it outwards.
Oh, yuck.
Alright. Thothic will walk up and he'll take
Get
a
up
hand.
there, Thothic.
Is there a ring on the hand?
No rings on the hand per se.
Kiss the hand. Okay, well, I'll just take the hand and
Kiss
I'll
it.
kiss the hand.
Kiss.
He turns into a prince.
As you kiss
Gets
the
a
hand,
wart
snaps
immediately
eyes
on the
towards
tongue.
you, dangles out the tongue.
Gotta kiss that too.
Of course, Your Highness, I see. And Thofig will very slowly but reluctantly lick the hand.
Licking the hand and slime covering the
Ew.
hand as it begins to fall down in the amphibian-like body. See the king.
Nailed it.
With tongue.
I'm gonna find a way to bottle that memory.
Holds the hand.
I can make him remember it pretty long.
Shiny.
I'm sorry, what was that? I didn't quite make that out.
It's shiny.
Shiny.
Thought they asked him about the necklace.
No, the shinies first. Let's show
I'm gonna
them
offer him a
proper
piece of
respect.
bread. It's
Don't-
very
don't we-
stale.
Didn't I hear something about spoons, forks?
Holds
Yes,
out
but
the
we need
eyes
the-
towards Paz, is holding out the stale piece of bread.
No.
Muck,
No,
muck.
no, Your Majesty, no.
Coins.
No, the spoons,
It was
the
shiny
forks.
It was shiny
That's-
yesterday.
Give them
Wingsong,
quickly.
get the goddamn spoon out.
But
Hey,
I like watching this though.
This bread was shiny yesterday. You all saw
Wait.
it.
Get over here. There.
What?
You have a spoon or
Yeah.
fork, I heard. What is it?
I do have a spoon. Do you
Get
like
it,
do you like shiny spoons, Mr. Muck?
Holds out
Get
the
out their
hand
spoons,
towards you,
yes.
Wing Song.
Specifically towards me, so I will specifically myself with my hands go into my bag.
He
Now
wants you
get-
to. Wingsong, he wants you to lick it. Wingsong, he wants you to lick it.
And I'll get my spoon.
Lick the
No.
hand.
You've still gotta lick the hand, Wingsong. It's a formality.
I don't
Get
know
in
the-
there.
I don't
You
know the spoon.
gotta. You gotta.
Okay. I will lick the hand with a cat's tongue. So it's gonna be like really rough for him, and it's gonna stick to the tongue. Blem.
Shiny.
Shiny. Yeah. You want a spoon? Shiny spoon?
Eyes go
Ask-
wide. Begins
ask for
to
the
walk
necklace.
towards you. Grabs both
Hey.
of your hands up towards your
Mi-
face. Extends the tongue,
Mi-
drooping down to the mid-chest. And begins
Mr.
to face.
Mr. Muck.
Ew.
Mr. Muck,
Ew.
I must say, where is necklace? Black
He just-
necklace.
He
Licks
just
your
licked your
Thofig
whole
elbows
Your
and
face.
Wingsung as hard as he can.
All the way up
Ay.
with a massive tongue. Snaps
Ew,
it back
ew,
in. Reaches to grab the spoon.
Oh, that's gonna be in your fur for a long time, my guy.
Is it going well?
It's
Shiny.
Thofig
talk-
gives a thumbs up.
Talking to Soot and Varys.
Mr. Muck, do you know? Do
He's
you
taking,
know
he's
where
ta-
the?
he's taking the spoon from you. You give
Oh,
the spoon.
okay.
Yeah.
Here's the
Give
spoon.
him the spoon. Let him
It's
have the
around
spoon.
his neck.
Is it? I can't
It's around
tell.
his neck. It's around his neck.
Goes and sits down upon the plush chair, holding the spoon.
The only thing I can see is his neck.
King.
Ew.
In what I'll hear is his language.
Holds up a
King
finger
Muck.
towards you.
Oh, alright.
He's not done licking his spoon.
Yep. That's good.
It's the worst moment.
Get a good full taste of it, Your Highness.
I'm just gonna like start wiping this slobber.
No, that's in your
slime.
fur. That's in there. That's already crusted up. That's not coming out. You're gonna have to lick for a long
I'm
time
gonna
to deal
like
with
grab. I'm gonna grab Thothig's like whatever
Takes
the
the
fuck his
spoon.
robe is.
Very
It's like,
delicately places
Slap
it
your hands away.
upon- very, very patiently sets it upon the treasure pile. And after that
It is
done,
a gold spoon. Gold
reaches
spoon.
back, grabs this beautiful, immaculate comb, golden accents and green dye. It's beautiful. It's roughly 3.5 inches in its width. Many different pieces of Elvish written upon it. Hands it towards
It's
Who?
me.
Wingsong.
Yes. I'll take whatever the thing is.
Oh,
You got a gilded comb.
yeah.
Okay. Let's
Oh,
trade.
comb like a comb.
Yeah, honey,
Go
like a
ahead.
comb.
Show
comb.
show me how you use it, Wingsong. Go ahead.
I'll use it, and I'll go through my hair, and I'll be like,
So Wingsong, as soon as you put it into your hair, it begins to comb it for you.
What?
That's so funny. It's a wondrous.
Yup.
It's a magical
Wait,
item.
Self-combing
he
comb.
puts it in my hair, or I
No,
put
you
it in
put
my
No,
you-
hair?
honey, you
And then
bring it up
it-
to your head,
You bring
and
it
then
up to your
it
head.
does
just-
it.
It
It's
literally
just let go of
starts combing. You let
It's
go.
magic,
It's just
bud.
doing.
Yep.
It's doing it for you. It's just combing your hair.
Oh, okay.
You have a Roomba comb.
Does it
I
like
should
go?
name it that.
Why is this going
A
to it?
Rubicon. It's a Rubicon. No, it's
Yeah.
just working. It's moving around your hair. It's combing it.
The battery's really quiet,
Yeah.
so you don't have to worry.
One of those head massage things that you just go up and down your head. and
Yeah,
it just,
you
that's
can
it.
use it even with roommates. It's fine.
Oh my god. How does it feel amazing? It feels amazing. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Something will bow. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness.
I have to like take off my hat to actually like use it properly.
At the risk of being rude, as much as I try not to be, there is another matter we do need to discuss with you, sir. If you be willing.
Adding this to my inventory.
Do we have any more spoons or forks?
Yeah.
I have more shinies. More
I have
shinies for
I have
you.
a gold and a silver ring, and I don't think either of them are being used for magic. So I could.
I go into my bag. And I get a platinum coin. And I say, shiny.
Point to the necklace. Point to the necklace.
I'll go ahead and point to the necklace. Necklace. I want the necklace. If I
Just-
give you platinum,
Walks over to you and begins to reach out for the platinum. Take it.
I'll go ahead and
Necklace.
What, Your Highness, I'm sorry.
necklace.
We do need to discuss.
He's just continuing
You're-
to try to take it.
How tall is he?
He's 5'5".
Well, I'm 6
That's
foot
taller
one.
than
So
Sophie.
That's
I don't
why he's
know.
reaching up.
Yeah.
okay.
Wait.
See if you can't get the necklace on this one. Otherwise, we're gonna have to
No,
reconfigure.
let's not do it. Your Majesty, we are happy to give you the shine, but we need to make a request. Will you hear us?
King Mark is. You have to speak very simply.
Yeah, I don't know why we have thought. that-
necklace.
All right. No,
Rock.
I can do simple.
Can you?
No, you can't.
I don't think you
Tiny.
can.
Necklace, and I pointed the necklace. Necklace, shiny.
Pulls back.
Too shiny. Try too shiny.
I'll go in.
Massive.
I'll
mouth.
go in my bag. I'll go in my bag and I'll get like 5 platinum, and I'll get them all like.
Okay, you have how much platinum?
I have 19.
Okay.
So
I've-
I'll use my sleight of hand and I'll like move him around like it's a magic trick kind of thing
Ah.
and make him look like really fancy and cool.
Turns around, reaches in the treasure pile. Pulls out 5 copper pieces.
That
Necklace.
necklace, shiny. No, all right. No, I know what this is gonna need. I do not want to do it. It looks like I have to.
Don't you dare.
What's more shiny than that?
Regicide it
Can we,
is.
can we try the ring? Yeah, regicide.
Someone
Can we
said regicide.
Okay, okay.
Alright,
I'll
Can we
get,
try the? Can we try the
Give
rings?
Wing Song the rings. We'll try the rings first. If that
Give me
doesn't
the
work,
rings,
though,
guys.
we gotta go there.
Okay. Just try a hand of
Thank
the
you,
silver
okay.
ring. Try the ring.
Okay, I'll get my silver ring out too.
Shiny.
So I have a couple silver rings, and I'll get like ding 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 noises. Ding ding.
Necklace.
No. Okay, give it back. He's already reaching
All
behind
right.
him.
Nope.
Give it
All
back.
right. Fine. Filthy reaches in his pouch,
No.
and he pulls out a revivified
gun.
diamond.
No. Necklace.
Shiny.
We've literally only used this. Right?
Necklace.
Yeah, we've only ever
Necklace.
revived anyways with those.
They've been used for the gay agenda, and I appreciated it.
Looks towards.
These are gay-friendly diamonds.
These are pride diamonds, and we will
Pride
use
diamonds.
them.
Roll a persuasion check.
It's no longer
Alright.
June, by the way, so...
Guidance.
Yep.
Guidance.
Oh, yes, you better believe it.
Can I help him by also being like, ooh,
No.
shiny?
You cannot help, unfortunately.
No. Can I give
Here
him
we
bardic?
go. Here we
Oh,
go.
come
Cross your
on, fucking-
fingers.
Hey.
Ah!
Boom. Let's roll that d4 anyway.
Add guidance. Add guidance. 100% add guidance.
I say no.
I swear to God.
I'm gonna take a snippet real quick.
I swear to God,
Oh,
if that's it.
I just.
Oh no.
It's a 20. It's
I
a nat
feel
20.
like I should have done more of the talking.
Yeah, I don't know why we let our most verbose
Why do we let
friends.
our least conversation person?
Well, now the least conversation
Son of a
people are
biscuit.
standing in the back of the room,
That's
Pulls
true.
back.
in your monarchy.
That's
Yes,
true.
he would have regicided quite soon.
I'm fine
Shakes
with
the
it,
head.
to be clear.
Alright, Trisha.
Oh,
You got any ideas? Because
Okay, let
This-
me handle this.
Okay, hold on.
From clan to clan kind of thing. We got a connection to thing, okay? Tabaxi, frog people, we got this, okay? Let me handle this.
really fucking will swim
actually
up
sure
bears.
how cats are connected to frogs, but alright, go ahead.
We're animals.
Who's fucking it up?
We're all animals.
they
so
are.
it comes down to
Oh.
it.
Yeah, but we're more of like, okay, you don't understand.
All you gotta
See, this
do
is
is
my
go up and
point.
grab the necklace.
This is my
It's
point.
like,
So
here.
I'm
King
going.
Buck looking towards the hands, and then kind of the web just kind of begins to move over and slides into the water. A large splash and just sits into the toe, soaking.
Alright.
Okay, guys, do we have any other shiny things? Because I have a shiny thing, but I don't know if you guys have anything else.
Okay, I just didn't want to have to lick him.
Just let me handle the
Fair enough
talking.
reason to not wanna.
Let me handle the talking and the buttering. Okay? Just give me whatever shiny thing you're willing to give up right now.
End of the Riverfly Diamond.
You give me the diamond? Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I'm gonna can I pull out my I have
Nothing is your symbol of Paylor visible.
Certainly be hanging around my neck.
See his eyes looking towards it.
The king's eyes?
Correct?
Hold on a sec. Wing Song, hold on. And I take off my necklace, the symbol of Paylor, and I hold it out. Shine it.
Reaches for it.
Oh, do it. Paylor. Very important. King like you. So, king, necklace.
Slowly begins to take it off.
All right then. And I'll hand him my symbol, and I'll take the necklace.
he's gonna
Puts it
lick you
around
for
your
that. I hope you know he's gonna lick you for that. All of your face.
That's fine.
Wears it, then reaches
The
out for
price
your
of it.
face.
There it is.
We're proud of it. Yeah, that's it. Get it in the beer. Get in the beer. Go ahead.
I gotta remember this for as long as I can.
Shiny!
Shiny.
Shiny.
Raises the hands out. See the frogs begins to yell out. Shiny and croak frog speaks to begin to go out around, echoing throughout the space.
Gosh, do you usually get
I'm
licked
so
this much?
adding this comb to my inventory.
I
by the way.
believe it's one of their traditions when a good deal has been achieved.
I mean, like, fair enough.
There's one thing I want to do, and that is I want to get out some flat.
Wait,
I-
give me back the diamond, Wing Song.
Oh, I'll
You
give
anyway.
back the shit. I'll give back the shit.
I
I
would
wanna-
I'd like to smoke and not be with frogs anymore. Is that
You don't want to, but I want to give him. I want to be like, you want some platinum?
So you're reaching out for King Muck to offer platinum?
Yeah, I'm offering platinum. Like, a couple
Are
platinum.
we just giving this frog king so much money?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Reaches
This
out
seems
and
like a
takes it.
flawed system.
I was like,
This is definitely a pyramid scheme.
Good
I don't know what's
friend.
going on.
I think
Good
we should
friend.
start toppling
Reaches
governments more
Out of
frequently.
the pool.
Yeah.
Snaps
You
onto
might be
something
onto
inside the
something.
treasure pile. Pulls it back into the mouth. reaches
Could be
in,
all the smoking, but I think I'm done with organized.
pulls
Why
out
didn't you
this
jump in the pool with
massive,
him? Assert
massive
dominance.
ruby in an octagonal shape. It weighs 2
Oh.
pounds.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Is that from me? For me?
Do you think this is a trade system, though? Do
Handing
you
it
think
to
it's
you.
kind of like a
After
mystery
handing it to you,
box?
grabs you by the face.
It's not worth it.
It's
It's not worth it.
absolutely not worth it.
It's not
your
worth
face.
it.
Thank you.
It's definitely not worth it.
And I take the ruby. It's 2 pounds.
2 pounds. Correct.
2 pounds. Put it in my bag, I guess. I don't know how big this is.
A 2-pound ruby is like a good size of your hand.
I'm looking
Yeah.
up how big a 2-pound ruby would be.
It's like your hand. It's the
Like-
size of your hand.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
like the size of a grapefruit.
I'll go ahead and like put this in my bag and it'll be like, thank you. Good king. Good king.
I think I'm having an actual existential crisis, but surely we could kill someone for something like that. It didn't have to get licked in the face.
I gave him 2 pieces of metal.
Some people would
You
call
know-
that murder and then theft, though.
Yeah,
Alright.
I know. I think it's bad that was my first
Okay.
thought. I don't want to
Yeah.
get licked. I don't want to get licked.
I literally participated in trade, Nayara.
We look.
It was
We
good-
took the
it was
lickings
good
for you, all right. Just think of us as like your shields in combat. You don't get hit. We're
Sure.
taking the licks, all right.
That's how I.
Did we
That's-
get the stone?
Yeah, I think we got the
So think
stone.
holds up the necklace.
Woo!
I
Alright
would
then.
say so. There you
Amazing.
go, Gilga.
No. Well, now how do we get out? The boats are going.
Yeah, I think
you
we
gonna do a
can.
Gilga impersonation,
What
Michael?
happens? Anything happen when the new piece is added to the stone?
Are we doing that now
wait?
or are we gonna
Are we
do that
gonna
later?
Are we gonna do that now or are we gonna do that later?
We
when-
can
when David's
wait.
actually
Let's wait
here?
for
Wait.
Gilga.
We
you know.
can wait.
No, ruin his moment
Although
for him.
he's gonna owe us something for all this licking and stuff. You know.
Yeah,
Dude, I just got a
Yeah.
2-pound ruby and a magic comb.
For,
Yeah,
I just got a
Cat-
whole lot of saliva.
for
Yeah,
Metal
spoon
spoon and
and
5
one
platinum.
Yeah, and the holy symbol.
In a hole.
Yeah, cats.
Yeah, but that's
cats
yours,
lick all
don't-
the time, but
Dude, you don't realize I'm gonna have to like clean myself with this
yeah,
probably?
that's
like,
gunked up. That's gunked up in your fur.
like how bad do I look right now, Michael?
Matted.
Do I
It's
look like disgusting?
very slimy.
How's
lot
the
of
comb
mucus.
working? How's the comb working?
Comb's working, but it's getting gummed up.
Getting gummed up?
You need to
Okay.
dunk yourself in an actual running body of water.
You see, as
No,
these
good
frog,
thing is we know
these
where one
frog
is.
creatures, they finish their liquid that they're drinking, and upon seeing King Buck slowly with eyes closing in the water, they begin to kind of dive into the mud, begin to disappear.
Okay, I guess it's time to go, guys.
Once again, I'm gonna point outside.
Yeah, we gotta.
Oh, give me another coin. Ferris, coin me.
I'll give him another gold coin.
I'm gonna like shake it up and hold it.
Holding up the gold coin and shaking it to who?
Just out in the open, hoping that they come back like they did the last time.
You see slowly, Tim, the head pokes out.
Shit, where are we going?
I can still take care of it. Tim,
Somewhere to
set-
sleep.
Set the coin down, Pez. Set the coin down in front of me.
He's gonna drop it.
Takes the coin, disappears into the mud.
Tim, I think it's
Oh my
just
God,
tell where we
Tim.
want to go.
Swear to God, Tip. Well, where are we
I
going?
think we just. I think.
Wait a minute.
I think-
We don't want to go back outside, do we? Because
We
it's
need-
supposed to be nighttime now.
I'd like to sleep if there's.
Well, how do you sleep in a frog hut?
I don't know that, and that's why.
Maybe we ask the king.
The one who
I mean-
fell asleep.
That one doesn't. No, that one's not gonna. Is there?
Trisha,
is
what,
there
what do
even-
we do?
Yeah, Trisha, where do we sleep? Trish.
Well, you sleep on one of their floating things. You can sleep here. Don't usually sleep here.
That's fair.
usually
That's
leave.
fair. But would you leave at night?
See as King Muck slides off and disappears in the mud.
Nope, I don't want to sleep here. I'm sleeping on the raft. I'll swim for it if I have to. I'll run. I don't care. I don't want to be here.
I've never been here during the night.
He's gross. He's weird.
That's fair. This is a
Where
new
did you
experience.
normally spend the night, Tricia? Did you go back to the Grove?
She just usually came during the day and left during the day.
Right. Makes sense.
I
Well, now that
genuinely,
we have-
this might be it, guys. This might be it.
Well, now that we
I
have the
think-
rock, where to next?
Well, we gotta figure that out. I think we should probably stay in here if we're gonna sleep, just in case of whatever it is that's hunting. I think this place has a roof, right? Michael, this place has a roof
Yeah.
above us.
Mushroom and hide room.
Yeah, we should.
I think we'll be at least a bit safer in here. It might not be preferable due to the king, but it's safe. It's safer than anywhere else we're gonna find out in the woods.
Curious. I'm gonna
And-
look over to where the king like fell in, like slid in. Can I see him?
No.
I mean, there is a giant pile of gold to sleep on.
No, we're not gonna sleep on the shinies.
But what if there's more magic combs in there?
Then you can trade for them later.
I'm gonna hop up on one of the tables.
Yeah.
Sleep
This
on
table
Yeah.
looks like a great bed.
Hey, Pez, can you like go touch the gold?
Wing song don't.
From
Oh,
the
I'm not saying-
surface, can I see if there's anything other than just gold or like jewels? If there's
There is
Any weird
gems in
item?
there, there's gold, there's silver, there's copper, there's other really odd items, and then there's just common items, personal items. There's a teddy bear in there. It's like just an
Okay.
odd pile of different treasures in this hoard that has been
In the
collected.
morning. In the morning, so I'm gonna maybe give more shit to King Muck.
I mean,
See, as Trisha begins to
if
frighten a little
if
bit.
that's what
As
you
you all
want.
I'm gonna go
begin to
touch-
hear-
It's just
Trish
that
becomes
it's
a
just
little
that
bit
there's like
frightened for a little bit here as you all begin to hear a series of clicking sounds and screeches into the air. Night. Trisha kind of walks backwards and kind of huddles down behind a chair.
Curious.
I'm gonna touch the gold pile.
See is in the grass, the toads disappearing.
Tricia.
Trisha,
Frogs
going up.
jump into the water.
Trisha.
Where are they all going?
It's hunting.
I'm like staying in the like doorway, but peeking my head out and looking up to the sky to see.
yeah, I'm
See
doing the
anything.
same. I'm actually kind of curious too.
We should be fine.
Trisha, am I gonna die?
I mean, it was your idea to just go kill it, Wingsong. Go for it.
Okay, let's go, bitch.
Maybe
Sorry.
we.
I'm sorry. Are some of you not sleeping? You're gonna go hunt the thing hunting?
No,
I'm sorry. What do you mean we? Like let's, as in us?
because I said we could kill it.
Hey,
How do you know that? We don't know what it is.
I mean, we killed a dragon. You're saying that we can't kill a bird?
I also am not convinced that we know for sure that there is really only one hunting.
Exactly. You have no idea what's out there.
Hey, I'm just saying, you know.
Go
you
scout.
guys- I'm just saying, you guys are pretty badass, so you know.
and
You know what? I'm gonna go to the door.
as much
You're
as I
staring
want to do
outside of the entry. Wingsong, you make your way nearby. Both of you see as the shelter roof of this begins to move in a very odd manner.
Is it odd?
I'm gonna.
I don't think you'd say it's how it
Sounds
goes.
Stay
almost
in the
immediately
hut.
next to you.
Huh?
What'd you say?
You said
Sound
something
is
about
immediately next to you.
The sound?
I'm back. I'm back.
Wait,
to
so
the door.
get back here. Move back. It's
Go,
right
Wing
outside the
Sun.
door.
Kill it, Wingsong. Kill it.
Can I just in case ready in action?
Wait, hold on. I wanna,
If
I
you're
wanna
not ready,
grab
we're not
some
in
mud.
combat. You cannot ready in action. No initiative.
Okay.
or roll.
Thothing is going to pull out his mace, which sheds light.
Good, you're shedding light inside of area that has light.
I'm just preparing.
Right.
I could
Until he
Shit.
sticks it outside.
Is the mace?
That's
Is it a simple? The mace of disruption, right?
is the base of disruption. It sheds
Yeah. So it's just a
20
light
foot.
spell. Yeah, it's just a light spell.
Yeah.
I'm going to grab
And
some
I am
mud.
going to
Wait,
just
don't take.
holding it out.
Mm-mm.
What
Let me
what is
try
it? Sir?
something.
Why would
You're-
you want to alert it to where we are?
I know you're summoning it.
You're
It already
summoning it,
knows we're
Totig.
here.
It doesn't know where we are exactly.
It was right outside the door. It could
Okay,
hear
I'm
us
just
all
gonna
talking.
grab some mud.
Unless it doesn't hunt with sound.
I couldn't see anything when I looked out the door, but it was right next to us. It might be invisible.
I can't see anything anyway.
Hold on, Totig, just let me try something. Get further inside, just in case something happens.
How noble.
Okay, I'm gonna grab some mud. If there's a rock, that'll also do. I'm gonna
Begins
ball
to
it up,
thunk. Sounds on the roof.
and I'm
Something
gonna
large
throw
is
the
upon
mud
you.
outside the door so it hits the water somewhere.
Okay. With a splash. The lacing of the thunking stops.
I'm gonna look at everyone and be like, quiet.
How high is the ceiling?
Roughly 10 feet.
And is there another way out of this hut other than that door?
No. This does not appear to be any other door.
Where above us does the sound? Does it sound like it?
It sounded like it was going towards the center.
Did it stop or did it like go away?
I can't tell you that.
All we
Can
know
I-
is that it's not
I'm gonna-
steady anymore.
Go to the center.
Wait.
It's 15 feet. Everyone in here is designated it's safe. So if it's above me, it should get caught by it.
Spirit Guardians doesn't pass through walls.
Does it up it? Oh shit, that's right. Fuck.
Good
I
job.
always forget that.
Well, I guess if it
But that's
comes in now.
Okay, well, I'm gonna use my ears and just see if I can hear it breathing, maybe.
Roll perception.
Thank you. I will use my capabilities as a natural hunter.
As a natural hunter being hunted.
Yeah, natural hunter.
I'll use a luck point to
The
reroll.
note hunter wing song.
Well known throughout the land, Tix.
20 perception. Roll perception. You see staring off into the entrance, slight splashing of water. A voice echoes into your mind suit. Osiris calls you home.
What did it say?
Splashing of water begins to erupt. Silence.
What was the name that you said?
Osiris calls you home.
Orsiphus?
You cut out when you said it again.
Yeah.
Orsivis calls you
Ors-
home.
Did we all
Orsiphus.
hear this or only Soot?
It's
Just
only
only
in
so-
Soot's
Only
head.
in
in his
his
head.
mind. Just telepathically.
I'm gonna try and respond in my head. Where do I go?
Spelled that way.
Ah, gotcha.
Respond in your head.
Yeah.
The voice comes. Or thunking on the side of the wall. Towards the east. Come with me.
It's not good. I'm gonna be like, I'm trying to look to everybody else like, I might do something stupid.
Why?
I
Don't.
believe in you.
Just give me a second, and
You just say the word. I'm ready.
I'm gonna take a
Fucking
So-
just ring that bell.
You spend a lot of time criticizing us for being stupid. Could
Nope.
you?
Especially me.
You do what you need to. I'm here. I got your back.
call.
I'll
your
hold
back.
this against you.
I got your back.
I'm gonna take kind of like peek my head outside, and just
Nice.
I'm gonna say in my head, "Who is Orsivis, and where are you?"
It's telepathically. Splashing of water almost as if something is being sliced against the water very slightly as it moves from east to west.
Did not hear a single thing you just said.
Come with me
I think-
now. My NVIDIA broadcast is going to pick up this kind of voice, so I'm going to have to probably talk normally. But I was trying to do a monsters.
We'll trust that it's spooky.
Just continues to repeat that.
So why are you sticking your head out? Do you not like it attached to your body?
No,
Here.
I do, but something is calling to me.
Oh,
Clicks.
could it be more of the spooky things?
Almost seems as if
That you-
they're surrounding you, as if this creature is flying around you.
We're getting a lot of signs that it's the hunting thing, and you have yet to be into the spooky things that want you to leave and be their ruler. So I'm not quite sure who you're rushing to
I'm not. Trust me, I'm fighting against every instinct, but there is something I have to do.
with your
Is it-
friends that can help back you up, or like completely on your own to die or accept your fate.
If it's drugs, don't do it.
Drugs are fine, for the record.
I believe in you.
I don't think I'm going to die. I will be fine.
Great.
Well,
Y'all
You
are
just-
way too trusting of voices in your head.
I'm
just
not
ring that
trusting of
bell.
voices in my head.
just
last
ring that
voice-
bell.
Last voice in my head tied me up, and I feel complicated about it.
That's because you went without me.
I'm gonna take a step out and look around.
I am the master of combat.
Plaid. You
Oh,
want to
actually,
make
sorry.
sure
The
that
last voice that talked to my head was a tree. I take it back.
you want to make sure there's no undead
Yeah.
out there.
Come on.
If
It's
there
hard to keep
were,
track.
I would see them.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I'm gonna look around and try and follow the sound.
It's a terrible choice.
It is a terrible choice.
Okay.
Can I send?
Roll perception.
Oh no.
Can I send just a tiny little cantrippy little fireball out? Just pew, just out farther ahead.
You want to fire a fireball at?
No.
You're gonna fire bolt.
What's
at,
the
Sue?
what's the BB gun equivalent? Just not at it. Past.
Firebolt.
Past.
Bolt.
Bolt.
Firelight.
I rolled a 20 on perception.
Perception. As you roll 20 in perception, creature seems splashing water in the muck as if it's landed directly in front of you. And everyone to roll initiatives.
Fuck.
Oh,
Yep.
So it is.
Great. 20 minutes before the end of our session, let's all battle a demon bird.
That's what.
Oh my god, I didn't roll shit this time.
Varys, we're gonna have to fight over who goes first.
I think I'm
Uh,
faster than you.
He has the high.
May I point?
Anyway.
May I point to who's at the top of that list? Thank you.
Yeah,
Gosh.
24.2.
Wow.
Thank you.
Nice.
Wow. These initiatives. What the?
Yeah,
I'm
because
sorry.
Wait, Paz is.
we're
We're all
ready to fight the
24.
bird.
Paz is
Also,
a really good
Varys's was a
initiative.
nat 20, so.
Paz, Varys, and I are all pretty fast dudes.
Well, we all just. Well, I didn't even roll a 20.
I usually get a 6 for initiative, so I'm feeling pretty hot.
Hey, you are speeding over there.
I
don't have my
usually
mutagen on, so.
just-
You got.
Don't
You
get
got
her
to.
out.
You got to overcome the wind resistance soon. That's how fast you're going.
Begin combat. Again,
Gotta worry about rust.
initiative is not necessarily for combat. Initiative is to make sure that we have our ducks in a row, getting ourselves into kind of our turn state here as we go. So, Paz, you are at the top, round 1.
I said it already. I'll say it again.
Round 1. Mm-hmm.
If Stut gives a word, I'm out. Whatever I can find.
Okay.
And, I'm going to take one step up. What's he doing?
Okay.
I can't see anything, but I'm ready. I'm at the bit.
Yeah. You're as far as your vision too. Talk about like
Yeah.
light and things, right? It's difficult. So,
Yeah, I can't
Make sure you-
see anything anyway. So
Varys, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna drink my potion, and then I'm gonna roll stealth. Even on an 8.
Plus
So
Oh
for
my god,
me,
even on an 8, it's a 22. What the
If
hell?
only we still had pass without a trace still.
That's so funny. You're so sneaky.
You're so fat.
And I will move there, and that'll
Okay.
be me.
All right, Wingsong, you're up.
Um. uh.
Like, we're
Um.
technically not in combat just yet. It's just it has
I
landed. It
know.
is
I know.
invisible and he's landed in front of
It's
us.
just the fact everything you've been doing, and then I don't know what the fuck I would do aside from like what would Wing do?
Continue yelling nonsense.
No, I think uh probably move up a little bit, and
Like they were all
then
just crowding this door,
um
like kids spying on their parents.
uh yeah, I nothing. I guess I'll ready an act. I'll ready an action. I guess to no actually if I see the big bird thing, I will ready an action to polymorph it into a um land turtle.
So tortoise.
A tortoise, yeah, a tortoise.
Okay, so if you see the creature, you will turn it into a tortoise,
A tortoise.
which you would call a
Specifically
land turtle. My heart, my heart literally just went there.
Land turtle. That's
You
the
know, land
scientific word.
turtles, as they're known in the
Ugh.
scientific community.
Mhm.
My heart, my heart.
It
the
makes sense.
genus.
Sea turtle, land turtle.
See,
Tracks.
actually, thank you, Cody.
Tracks.
Thank you, Cody. You
Nope.
just gave me a great point.
No.
You call it sea turtle, but then land turtle's a problem.
I mean, they're different. They're different. They're totally different. It's the thing.
Tortoise is entirely different.
Okay,
It
well,
makes
anyways, that's what I'm doing.
joke,
I'm gonna ready an
psychological.
action for that.
Ready in action for that. Okay.
24 types of land turtles. They're all called tortoise, though, but
Yes, they are tortoises.
well, I don't know. Okay,
That's
so
like the
I ready
difference
my
between a toad and a
action.
frog.
Can you still
Mhm.
do a bonus action if you ready an action?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then
the ready action just takes your reaction.
okay. Then I shall look towards my dear friend, my buddy old pal, Sudi Wee, and give him bardic inspiration. Be like, I don't know what you're doing, bud, but I got full faith in you, man. And there you go. That'll be my turn.
All right. Suit your next.
Soot is he's quite literally trembling at the moment, and he's just going to reach out a very shaky hand. And he's going to try and reach towards whatever landed in front of him. And that's all I'm doing is I'm just trying to find it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna turn into a
All right.
land
There
turtle.
you're up.
Can I see the bird?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. I'm gonna move. No. No. Am I able to try and see it, like perception roll,
Yeah,
or
you can roll perception if you like.
someday the fact that I'm proficient in that, I'm gonna actually roll well with it. It hasn't happened yet, but someday, maybe.
I should have taken this step.
Yes.
23.
I usually am like I'm perceptive, and then it's like a 3, and I'm like, well, something's there, problem.
You don't see anything.
Amazing. I think I'm gonna lean towards Set and be like, what is going on? Do you see anything? What's happening?
I don't see anything, but there's something here.
Can I ready an action or no?
You used your action for perception.
That's what I figured. I think that's me then.
Okay. On ending your turn, feel something reach your hand. It's odd as it kind of passes over. It's 3 clawed hand. It grabs the leathery backdrop pressing against your arms. It's grappling. Do you resist the grapple? So,
No, I do not. If it doesn't feel like it's trying to harm me with the grapple, then I'm not going to resist it.
as it grabs onto you, as soon as you are grabbed on, you turn invisible.
Gosh, if only we had a party member who could see invisible creatures.
Well, it was nice knowing Soot.
Well,
You guys have no idea how fucking terrified I am of what may or may not have just happened.
are we
As
in
you
combat
grab-
right now?
We are. As soon as you grab the hand of the creature, it pulls you back, and then a little bit of movement happens as you are staring at your party members as the creature takes flight. You're still unable to see the creature. But as you begin to fly, shadows of how it camouflages itself with night allows you to see it as it's naturally able to be invisible in darkness. Particularly out having been aided by any sort of magical light. So, even if it's in light, as if with the mace was pulling out, it needs to be a actual like daylight that is able to stop this invisibility form.
I did not have that prepared.
As it's pulling you into the clutches of its feet, its claws, it is a large bat that is made of shadow and leathery black flesh, skin. Pulls you into its feet, and then continues its flight. Its wings moves, flying away, carrying you.
Does it remind me of the creatures I've seen in my dreams?
This creature you've never seen in your dreams.
But does it have like the feeling of those creatures though? It doesn't. I
It has
couldn't
a
say I thought that I recognized it.
shadowy presence of an amorphous frames what approached you. It's true.
As I get up into the air with it, I'm just like, I'm gonna call down. I'm fine. I'll be fine.
You don't seem fine. You seem
You're a-
clearly kidnapped.
You hear a voice distant 60 feet away from you in the air. This creature has flown a total of 90 feet. Heavy heart, you're
This
up.
seems bad.
I'll be back. I promise.
Feel
Is
like you
that a
can't
90 foot away whisper yell, or
feel like you can't promise that. You're actively leaving.
Heavy heart, what are you doing? It's your turn.
Ninety feet away, that's where the voice is coming from. There's nothing I can do.
No, I don't.
I just look up, try to see who's going, and I just kind of drop my arms to my side. That's it. No words, no nothing.
It's no nothing. Pass.
They didn't say go, so
This stage, is anybody taking combat actions?
I can't reach. Like,
I can't
If it-
reach anything.
Can't see him.
without-
Can't find him.
if he's 90 feet in the air, I can't get him. If he's
I'm
90
not
feet
gonna
in the
just-
ground, I can get him.
Yeah, I'm not gonna just start shooting fire at the sky.
I can't reach him except for dimension door, so.
Can I cast detect magic?
This radius
Is
would
he
not
too
reach-
far?
Radius would not reach this.
It's like
Well-
30 feet or something.
It wasn't affected by spirit guardians.
What?
Never entered the
Was
range.
he close enough?
Wasn't in the
He
range.
wasn't in it.
Yep.
Well, guys, my one and only friend for like a year or two is gone.
Yep, our party
I mean-
member just left. He claims
Alright.
that it's totally fine.
So we're ending combat then. Okay.
This is the only time I had a good roll for initiative.
Combat is ending.
It's
And it
not
was
even
like just
useful.
for a front row seat to watch our friend ditch us.
Well,
Well,
Look,
we got to go find them, right? I mean, we can't just like let them be taken away by some random creature in the night.
It didn't seem like he was taken. He kind of wanted to
He
go.
literally was just taken away.
He
Uh,
literally said, "I'm going."
wait,
He said, "I'm fine. I'll be back."
Wing Song.
How do we know that he's
Wing
just
Song,
going?
focus. Wait, pull out that ruby you got.
Okay? Ruby.
How much does this ruby look like it's worth?
I guess
uh,
I'll use my brain powers and try
I
to
have
figure
a
it out.
jeweler's kit. I can appraise the jewel.
Are you actually like?
Yeah.
Can you actually use that?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't. I have.
Depends.
Do you have proficiency? Is what I'm
two-
asking.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
then yeah, here you go.
Can I look at and appraise this gem?
Make a check with your jewelers, please.
I shouldn't have. I kind of got a concept of money. I think I'm getting it. I bought a few things.
20. This ruby is of extreme value. The gold pieces that you might be able to fetch for this, if you were to sell it to someone that is essentially a guild, maybe, or potentially a jewelry shop, they would have to have a hefty amount of coin because this ruby is easily worth 12 to 15,000 gold pieces.
I
Guys,
mean,
is-
it's clearly a 2-pound ruby. It's worth a fucking lot.
And
It's
Hey,
a 2 pound
so-
cut ruby on top of that.
Guys,
It's
I
not gonna-
I paid 2 platinum for this.
Look, just one-time use in the morning when I've had a rest. It's not going to do anything to the ruby. Assuming the ruby will work for this, I can try and find out where he is. Would you want me to do
Locating
that?
him?
Aye.
Yeah, it would be great if we could
Yeah.
do that. Ignoring the
This
fact
is-
that he willingly
Yeah,
ditched us,
kinda-
it'd be good to
kinda
know where
seems
he
like
went.
his
He
choice.
can willingly ditch us all he wants. He did not know what the fuck he was going on. Did you not see how fucking scared that kid
Yeah, and he
was?
still walked out there and held out his
He's-
hand.
He still walked
Saw
out,
the
held
whole
out his
thing.
hand, hooked on, and said, "I'm fine." So
I'm
And-
glad that you guys are so willing to just, go off on these weird.
I'm not willing.
things.
I'm pissed.
Fine, then let's go,
I-
Wingsong. Where is he?
Oh,
Lead me. Let's go.
Exactly. What are we going to do if we
Let's
don't know
go.
where he is?
I'm saying that's fine. I'm just saying I don't think we should just be so fine. These two are so fine with him just going off. He's a
Hey.
kid.
I'm not fine. I'm pissed.
Actually, I don't know
Look.
how old. I don't actually know how old he is.
He's a kid.
He just looks like a baby.
He's like
But-
13 is
So-
what he told us.
So has,
he's
so
little.
has said he's 16.
Oh,
16, yeah.
Or,
I don't-
or the people who found him thought that's how old he was.
that has very little meaning in the relativity of things to me.
Look, the point is, it's happened. All right. Why he did it, we can find out later. It doesn't matter. If we think we should go find him, we got to figure out where we're going.
He's probably going back to where this damn thing came from, considering the fact that the thing that hunts at night, we already know where it lives, and something that hunts at night just took him on a shadow field trip. Pretty sure they're going to that tower.
What if we make ourselves prey and it hunts us?
And look,
too?
That's actually a very good observation.
Hey,
So
My era.
nothing wrong
Thank
with
you.
doing something to make sure that's the case.
I'm not going out tonight. I'm going to bed.
Again, it was still his decision, so yeah, I'm not in any rush.
Hey,
He said I'm fine from 90 feet in the sky. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do with that.
Like, he's an intelligent kid, but he's still
Exactly.
a kid. He's still
It's
a
not my kid.
Yeah,
You-
and I can't ground him from 90 feet in the air plus now.
I mean, I can barely
I
see
can't do
outside.
anything debating with you. I'm lying down. We'll do this in the morning.
You
Or
tell me
when
where
I
to go,
wake up
Wing
in 8
Sung,
hours or whatever it is.
and we'll start knocking. We'll start knocking some
Okay.
birds out. I'll stun every bird I see.
Sophie
So,
will
My
curl
money's
up
on the
on some
tower.
grass and start to sleep.
Okay.
When we
So,
get to,
since I'm being spirited away, do I get a general sense of which direction I'm going?
Yeah, we'll come to you. Don't worry.
hang tight. Hang tight. If there's more than one thing hunting in the night, I'm setting this marsh on fire, just to be clear.
So you are resting here?
I think for me,
Fitfully.
literally, like, Wing could not sleep.
Hey, I got
He's
something
not.
that'll help you sleep.
Yeah, we can help you with that.
He's just
oh
he's
gosh,
in
I
shock
forgot
right
I gave that to you.
now. Like
That was
right
just a purpose.
right now, like Wing's just not
I
even
got
dealing
something
with you guys
really
right
strong
now.
that'll make you sleep.
How
He's not dealing with
asleep?
your guys' shit right now. He's in
How
shock
asleep do
right
you want to
now.
be?
Wing, come here, take a hit of this.
Fuck off. How
It'll
about that?
help. It'll help. You
I
can't.
don't
We
want to
can't help
listen to
him.
your shit right now.
I'm not
You
gonna say
can't-
anything. I'm telling you to smoke this and shut up.
You can't.
I'm
Oh,
not
never
gonna.
mind.
You can't say. You
I'm not
can't
gonna
say.
poison the cat.
I
Why
thought
would we
you were gonna
poison
give
him?
him the paralyzing potion I gave
No.
you.
Maybe if he was actually trying to run off there by himself.
Yes.
No, I was just gonna smoke him out so he'll sleep.
Right. You can't rescue him exhausted. You won't make it, and you're very limited on ways you
Well-
can effectively cause harm.
Effectively
find
cause
him.
harm.
You should smoke and go to sleep.
Well,
Don't
I'm not
smoke.
a smoker.
Don't. You need your mind all brain cells blazing. There's a lot of thinking we're gonna be doing
I'll
tomorrow.
find my way to sleep. Just give me at least a few moments to process what has
Yeah.
happened.
We can process these moments over a nice shared bowl.
And I don't really want to do a bowl right now. I want to just think about how my one friend just disappeared randomly and within 2 minutes.
He didn't disappear randomly. He ditched us
He
Yeah, I
literally
mean-
went
to
invisible.
go for a magic shadow carpet ride
He just
without
went
us.
invisible. Did you
Yeah,
not
but he
see
held out
that?
his hand. He was like wanting to be taken. I
Sophie
saw
goes,
him reach out and hold it there.
Yeah,
Like a
it's
Sophie's
child.
gonna sit up suddenly. Wing Song,
just the worst lit Disney movie. It's
I have an
I
important
ju-
question for you.
What?
Do you have anything of Soot's?
Ghibli sucks.
I believe I probably have his pouch or whatever.
I'm pretty sure I'm covered in his fur.
I mean, would I have
You want me to
Sophie
just-
points at Naira. Do you? Yes. Do you
Yeah,
have
I
some
could-
of it?
I guarantee I do. He's been riding on my shoulders for
I have
days.
fond memories.
Yeah, I really thought that we
As
relied
far
on
as-
each other, but clearly
as far as
not. At least
helpful,
I have
yes.
his fur, so.
All right,
Okay.
save some of that for the morning.
I
Sophie,
s-
go lie down and go back to sleep.
So stupid. Let me see your magic comb for a second.
So,
Sure.
Yeah, if you want to be helpful, can I just do that real quick?
Wing Song,
Armor.
he was
Armor.
looking for something and he thought he found it.
Just gonna-
We'll get him tomorrow.
are you all resting? Is anybody doing anything in particular before you go to bed?
I'm running some flashcards with Trish, but I'm going to bed.
No.
She's just cowering, confused.
Trish, it's okay. I'm sorry about the yelling. Our friend just sort of ditched
Dude,
us on a
it's-
night cloud,
Did it
so
take-
we're
Didn't ditch
take them?
us.
take implies that he was unwilling, and all evidence points to him fully choosing to
Why
go.
would he
So
want to go with it?
He's an odd fellow.
I don't have a lot of answers right now. I'm sure it's not that he sucks, but feeling wise, that's where I'm at.
He's
I
in
think-
he's searching for something that he
Yeah.
doesn't know what he's looking for, and he thought
Yeah.
this might be
He's
it.
working through some family drama. You know how family is just like
Just really family.
Just
we're gonna
shakes-
work through it in the
shakes the
flashcards.
head. moves
I
into
understand.
your flashcards, quote unquote. Here. Anybody else doing anything? in
Just
particular?
focus here. Focus.
I think
here.
I think Wing Song's just gonna slowly go to sleep after doing a short prayer to the cat lord.
I want to go sit on the throne, and then I'm just going to go to sleep somewhere.
Okay.
I'm gonna touch the third.
So, as you all go about your business here before you go to bed, right?
Haven't done it yet.
With Trisha. As you go sit down to the throne, it's nice and plushy. It's comfortable. See an eye, King Buck, come out, sit down onto the throne.
I'm just going to quickly get off. I'm going to quickly get off and point to Naira.
The eye goes back in the mud.
Not focusing.
As we conclude our session, we're going to go and end off with. Okay.
Okay.
And it's going to be very quick, so don't worry. So,
Thank you.
as you bed down for rest, you begin to travel with this creature for many miles. You're heading in the direction of the southeast. You're heading to Thixia, in particular, Satoric Citadel and Satoric Tower. Seeing in the distance, 90 feet, it's glowing with this bluish hue. It's the tower. The top of the tower is slightly ruined, but it's still structurally sound. No way to get in besides a few windows and things. The tower is large, has many different levels. Glowing with blue, it kind of, this etherealness kind of shines and bursts for a little bit. This creature just flies over. In the Satoric Citadel, many miles, there are creatures, hulking variety. Same creatures who fought, in addition to new ones. These ones carry swords, armor, hairs of white, eyes hollow, glistening with blue. They just roam in formations around the citadel. As you land nearby the southern part of the tower, cruising down, you come at an angle towards it, land.
At this point, bardic inspiration's worn off. It's only 10 minutes.
Yeah, don't.
A rave?
What?
An Israeli discotheque? What is this?
Israeli discotheque?
Figure we hit up some synth.
This is my high school.
Damn,
What is...
Dixia is like bopping, you know?
Ixia is thick with 3
Ixia-
X's.
Asphyxia is the cyberpunk area of this campaign.
As you land down here, you see that there are creatures large hulking that are about 9 feet tall, with robes of black. As they look towards you, their faces are sort of elongated, drooping mouth gaps. No tongues, no teeth. Their flesh is like bark, if you will, but it's gray. Eye sockets are hollow. They turn and look towards you, and it feels as if your soul could be stolen from you just by their gaze. As the creature lands and sets you off, lets you kind of walk outwards. Large wing flaps in the air through the fog as a massive
No, don't say it.
black dragon
Fuck you.
smashes down into the ground. It does, it curls itself around, looking, raising its head. This dragon has a wingspan of over 180 feet. It is massive in its length, well over 100. Its eye sockets swollen back, its teeth and its mouth tattered from acidic bile that has ate through. Many different horns protrude outwards and funnel towards the back, blackish scales. Its wings are tattered, sprawled, dwarfed in a way. It could be larger, but they're not. The creature immediately lands, pulls itself together, kind of tucks itself back in a little bit. There's algae and tendrils of vines covering its body. It's dripping with acid and water. Turns and looks towards you as this creature has landed you, this bat, as it raises its head upwards and looks down towards you. Welcome home, Tor Gorath. That's where we're going to go ahead and end the session.
Hope you're fucking happy, Soot, you dumb piece of shit.
Did they say Torgorath?
Torgoroth.
Spelling.
Oh,
I believe it's spelled this way. This is how I pronounced it. So.
It's
I
your.
believe
It's
I
yours.
have to spell out many words when this session starts.
Goodbye. I have to go to bed. That is the worst.
That's a cliffhanger.
Soot, you stupid piece of shit.
Gotta put some excitement in. Too much excitement for me to be completely honest. Yo,
Yep.
I think it's a pain in the ass to open.
All right. So we're going to conclude the session there. Suits, you are at the base of Satoric Tower, the historic citadel within Thixia.
Told you they were going to the tower.
Has landed and referred to you by a name you have not heard before. All right. I'm going to calculate some experience for you all.
Have fun kissing the undead dragon, you dumb piece of shit.
Torgorath.
Guys, I have to go.
Bowsette.
It's totally under control. You're just Peach now. It's totally under control. Guys, I'm gonna be fine. We came here to murder a dragon. Guess I'll go hang out in his basement. This is fine.
Okay, you told in complete distraught and shocked Wing Song just to smoke it out, bro.
What could you do? He literally, like, Uber Eats himself there. What are we supposed to do?
Smoke, of course.
I'm so
Yeah.
mad.
Absolutely.
told you where we go, and I'm ready to go, but you just.
I am actually shaking right now.
Because you just brought yourself alone.
Okay, could be 1,010
Delivered yourself.
experience each, but you had 54,309 experience total. Are you shaking
One more time,
right
number?
now? 54,399 in chat.
Thanks. You should be shaking. You put yourself alone in the tower
16-year-old
with
child.
a dragon. You have maybe 5 fireballs to your name.
I'd have done the
Less?
same thing, so I understand.
Like
You
I
didn't.
don't.
We were gonna
I
get there.
got you.
We were gonna get there in good time. You could
I
have done
got you.
the sleepover with friends. You could have asked to
I-
have your friends stay too.
I got you. I know. I too read a book that once tried to get me to kill Varys.
Yeah, y'all are all way too trusting your strange voices in your head.
It said what I wanted to hear.
It's gonna really piss Varys off.
It said what I wanted to hear.
I'm angry smoking with Varys. I don't know if Varys is mad or not, but I'm pissed.
Yeah, this is how
Rage
Varys and Sarah
smoking.
can get their best friend
At
right.
what point do their stats get affected from just fucking token up every
Every time we get high, my stats have been affected.
Every single time. Every
Right?
single time.
He's
It's
done it.
up wisdom, down intelligence, at least for the
What are
awake
we gonna
one.
do next session? Obviously, you have to go to Thixia, but like,
Well, it's gonna take us a while to get there, so hopefully Soot
I
doesn't
can't afford to
fucking
lose
die.
intelligence.
We're going to find
I-
out.
is it gonna
Next
be on like
time.
a
For watching the
1 week
stream,
hiatus?
thanks so much. We really appreciate it.
Bye,
Hope
we're
you
fucked. We'll
enjoyed
see you.
watching the
Most
Fellowship.
of us will be back next week.
Most of us will
Are
be
we going on a
fine.
business trip for a couple weeks?
Only one of us will suffer.
Did you TM and say I'm done with Soot?
I'm going to close out the stream now. So, bye.
Bye.
Soot's with